Testing mic one two. Testing mic. Testing mic one two. 1 2 1 2. Testing mic 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Testing mic. So there's audio.
Measure for Public Servants. Please, can we move forward? Those of us at the back, the practice is you come forward and those who are coming late so that when we are giving prizes, we know the people that came late, especially somebody that just came in now. Please, let's move forward so that the facilitator, or you move to this other side. Let's have a good crowd. You can sit close to the window so that you can go and make your calls. I know some of you are still working from your office. You're running away from the AC. Don't worry, tomorrow there will be no AC. Just use it today. They paid for today own. Tomorrow I'll tell them not to pay for it. Please, can we just move forward? Okay, Jennifer, just move forward. Mr. Company, please just move forward. I know you are auditing the entire group, but come forward so that I can see the people you are taking audits. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's rise to our feet. Let's take the Faith Force, which is and the national anthem, which is our opening prayers. Are we set? One, two, go. O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow and live in just and true. Great lofty heights attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. The Faith Force. We see no limit to what we can be. We see no limit to what we can do. We see no limit to what we can have, because we see no limit to the power of God. We see no limit to the power of our mind, and we see no limit to the power in the Word of God. Thank you very much. You might be seated. Well, without much further ado, I would like to introduce our speaker for today. I'd like to appreciate everyone who has been here from the very first day. All of us here are members of the Institute of Strategic Management of Nigeria Chartered. And we have a few fellows with us this morning. And we have here Mr. Ayo Charles. He's a fellow of the Institute of Strategic Management. Please, let's clap for him. That's one of the privileges of being a fellow of the Institute. And one of the newly inducted fellows of the Institute, Mr. Vincent Amonia. Please, let's put our hands together for him. And then, incidentally, the resource person today is also a ranking fellow of our institute and is a member of the Rivers State chapter. She served in previous ESCOs, so we will take her citation, and then we'll go straight to the discourse for today. Unfortunately, the plan was that in each class we resume, we'll take a recap of the previous day's discussion. But because we don't come early, if we do that, it will take a lot of time. So I'll just quickly, but maybe tomorrow we'll just do a general recap of the entire session. I hope some people will not come by 12 o'clock just to escape so that they won't say, let them finish their recap before they come and ask me to come and do recap that I was sleeping all through. All right, thank you very much. So we have today, our resource person for today is Ms. Tonia Nkechi Uzo, FSS, FSM, FIMC, CMC, MNI, MCIB. Tonia Uzo is a life coach, a financial and management consultant. As a catalyst, she has been a stockbroker, a retired banker, a network marketing professional, a forex trader, and a cryptocurrency enthusiast. She holds an MBA in banking and finance and BSc in management, all from the prestigious University of Nigeria, Enugu campus. She was about the 17th female chartered stockbroker in Nigeria in 1996 at a very tender age. She quit banking as the regional head in Polaris, now former Sky Bank, PLC, in 2015 after building career at different managerial levels in Knox Associations, Stars Marine and Engineering Limited, Majestic Securities Limited, City Securities Limited, CSL Stockbrokers Limited, Fortune Bank, PLC, and FCMB. Currently, she is the CEO of Ecclesia E-Consult Limited, where she presides over the day-to-day running of the consultancy company and its subsidiaries. She's a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Stockbroker, a fellow of the Institute of Strategic Management of Nigeria, Chartered, fellow Institute of Management Consultant and Certified Management Consultant, a member of Nigerian Institute of Management and Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. She's also held leadership positions in other noble associations like University of Nigeria Alumni Association as the Port Harcourt branch president and currently the national treasurer to the national body. She's also the current financial secretary of the Institute of Strategic Management Nigeria, Port Harcourt chapter, secretary of Parish Council of Catholic Women Association, and president Catholic Daughters Association of Catholic Women as organization in Corpus Christi Cathedral Parish, Port Harcourt. President, Old Girls Association of Federal Government Girls College, Bakori. Is it Bakori? Okay, Port Harcourt. I'm hearing that name for the first time. Assistant State Coordinator of AWEP, African Women's Entrepreneurship Program, amongst others. She has also been a patron to National Association of Catholic Coppers in Rivers State for over 20 years, among other youth organizations under her mentorship. She's also a global facilitator of the Wailing Women Worldwide Outreach, a prophetic and apostolic move with their headquarters in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. Tonia is the founder of an NGO, Ecclesia Community Development Foundation, that care for the less privileged girl child, orphans, widows, youths, generally in the society. She's a happy mother and blessed with a daughter and a son, Favor and David. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we welcome Mrs. Tonia Nkechi Uzo. Just a moment, please. Let's put our phones on silence. If you want to put it on vibration, that's okay, so that we don't have distracted. Let's put our hands together again and welcome her, please.
Hello. Excellent morning, everybody. Where is the pointer? Sorry. I'm glad to be here this morning, and I want to appreciate the ESCO of our Noble Institute for giving me this opportunity this morning. How many of us have been a teacher before? You have a facilitator in trainings? Anybody? Anybody? If you have, you appreciate the reason why our chairman said that we should please come forward and cover up empty seats. If you're talking to people and keep seeing spaces in between, it's a form of distraction. So please, I crave your indulgence. Let's just move forward and leave the back for the latecomers. And it helps me to concentrate, because I see empty seats. I want to look at somebody. I'm overlooking the table to catch up with the next contact. Okay, having said that, today we're talking on a very important topic that is hitting everybody as of today. It's a trending topic. And I'm sure that most of us before now must have not thought about this topic. How many of us were aware of what we're coming to listen to this morning before coming to this place? How many people? Were you aware of the topic? And that means there is a serious communication breakdown in your system, because for a training like this, the organizers in the system should have informed staff. I'll give you a program of what you're going to have for the whole section we're going to have. It prepares your mind and helps people that really want to challenge the facilitators to go ahead of time. You know, over-service students in class in those days, they will go ahead and read before the lecturer, so that when the lecturer comes and you're talking trash, they raise up their hands and say, teacher, can I? Who remembers that? Okay. I hope I'm going to have a very interactive section with us today. It's an interactive section, so I don't know it all. And we'll have a different experience that we're going to be sharing this morning. Okay, the topic says managing in a VUCA world, thriving in turbulent times. My name is Sonia Nkechuzo, like I was rightly introduced. And this morning, before we start, I just want to throw a little teaser to get us going and to be able to draw our attention to what we are talking about this morning. And that teaser is, can anybody help me with what the ideology of our great country Nigeria is? What is the ideology of Nigeria? What is Nigeria noted for? Great Britain is noted for time management. America is noted for freedom. Israel is noted for security. Can anybody tell me what our country is noted for? What is our ideology? Because for us to understand the topic today, we must understand our national ideology, our corporate ideology, and our individual ideology. So, what is the ideology of Nigeria? Can somebody help us? That's good. At least something positive. Any other person? It's an interactive section. Any other person? What is the country's ideology? Yes. Peace and unity. Can you say that? Can you prove it? We are not in peace. We are not in unity. Because religious and ethnicity or ethnic bias or whatever is the major problem we have. So we cannot be noted. We cannot raise our hand in the whole world and say we are united people. Do you understand? Because your ideology is what you're known for, Anywhere you stand and call an Israeli, from their teenage years, they start teaching them, they start carrying gun because they are war 247. So you can't meet an average Israeli teenager that does not know how to shoot. Because they are the ones at the war front. Is it London? If you meet a British man and you have an appointment with the person and you come 1 minute or 1 second late, you've missed it. Then in America, freedom for all. Everybody that is an American, you are a freeborn. If you ask me, I've been in a training before I asked this question, sometime late last year. Very mature section and mature group. One of them raised up the hand and says to snatch it, carry it and run with it. Now that is Nigerian ideology. And I had a good laugh. Snatch it, carry it and run with it. And this is an adult, like a grandfather, because it was the knighthood of the Kali Church I had that training. So if somebody at that age is thinking about Nigeria like that, what will he be telling his children? I don't know whether you understand where I'm coming from and where I'm going. So we cannot be thinking of managing in a VUCA world where we don't even understand who we are, what our ideologies are, and all that. Okay, what is the ideology of NDDC? Can somebody give us? What is NDDC noted for? If I come today and say I'm a staff of NDDC, oh, those people, they are this. What is the organization noted for? We know you're there to fill in the gap in the Niger Delta and all that, but what is your ideology as people, as staff of NDDC? What can you be noted for? Any attempts? Making a difference. In what way? That is a general statement. Because I've not seen any difference made in the Niger Delta region, despite the fact that since 1990, compared to the amount of money that has gone through NDDC. Publicity. Okay. Okay, so what is your ideology as an organization? If you don't understand your ideology, so how are you functioning there? Because when I was in the bank, before we started any meeting, we would say our vision statement and our mission statement. And it keeps ringing in the head of every staff. Knowing that your vision and your mission is what keeps you in check. And you cannot behave contrary to that. The organization will penalize you or reward you accordingly. So what is the idea? Because I went through your website, I was trying to get your core. Most times we get people's ideology from their core values. And I didn't see any core value for NDDC. I saw your mission statement, I saw your vision, but no core values. So what are the values that are running those mission and vision statements? And that's where there are crises. And that's why we're here today, part of why we are here today. So we need to understand our ideology. If you ask me as a Nigerian, very experienced and exposed, I will tell you that our ideology in Nigeria is entrepreneurship. Because if you go to any part of the world, you see Nigerians excelling. So we're entrepreneurs. We can survive anywhere, like somebody rightly pointed out. But we need to catch a word for it. Just like time management for Britain, freedom for America, security for Israelis, Nigerians should be known as entrepreneurs. So in case you ask this question next time, we have not been able to put it into our system, but it's something that every Nigerian is inborn in us. We're entrepreneurs. Any part of the world you go to, we excel with giving the same environment and enabling environment with other people. We beat them. So you find out that what we are suffering from in Nigeria, which is leadership problem, has not stopped us from being who we are. Am I making sense? It has not stopped us. And even in this same Nigeria, people are excelling in entrepreneurship. The people that are complaining are the lazy people that don't want to make use of their brains, or that don't want to do anything, are feeling too big to do things. Money has no color. It does not know who is who. So if you think that frying akara is too small for you to do, and people are clean now. When I was in Lagos, there used to be a place that used to be called Ghana High Commission, jollof rice and puff puff. The whole Lagos, you cannot see space that time in the 90s. And people send their children to school, but others will look at puff puff or frying akara as a menial job. So having said that, like I said, the vision and mission statement, let me even go back. Can somebody give me your vision statement of NDDC? Go ahead. What is the vision statement of NDDC? Even if you don't get it exactly, just give us what it is. Somebody is talking. Eh? I say use this so that everybody can hear you. Oh.
The mission statement. The mission statement. Say the mission.
Uncertain, ambiguous world. You must know basic things.
The mission statement is to facilitate the rapid.
Vision first before mission, because the mission drives the vision. So what is the vision? If you don't
Okay, to offer a lasting solution to the socio-economic development of the difficulties of the Niger Delta. To offer a lasting solution to the socio-economic difficulties of the Niger Delta.
Okay, what of the mission?
To facilitate the rapid, even and sustainable development of the Niger Delta into a region that is economically prosperous, ecologically regenerative, socially stable, and politically peaceful.
Sure, can you give her a round of applause? At least for somebody to take her time, this is it. Niger Delta Development Commission is in Nigeria has a vision and mission statement, and the vision says to be a leading development agency for sustainable development of Niger Delta region. That is your vision. And the mission says to facilitate the rapid, even and sustainable development of the Niger Delta into a region that is economically prosperous, socially stable, ecologically regenerative, and politically peaceful. Have we been able to achieve that? You told me that publicity is your problem. See this your mission statement now. What can you score yourself as an organization in Niger Delta region? Because go to the rural, leave Port Harcourt, go to the rural areas where this development is supposed to be, leave all what we are doing in town. Really, it's the rural area that need to be developed, where this, what is it called? Oil, whatever is going on. Exploration is going on, not Port Harcourt. Not by going to build this in our UST. There are schools in the village that they don't even have water, communities. That is the development we are talking about, not in the cities here. Am I making sense? We are making argument now, because I didn't want to talk until we get to this place, where somebody told me that it's publicity that is a problem. Isn't that this Niger that all of us are staying? Maybe I'm living in a different place. So you see, like I said, we have come to score ourselves. We have come to the kind of, what is it called? Sober reflection for me, and the time to tell ourselves the truth. Because until you identify your problem, there's no way you can begin to solve it. So if we are living in that notion that we are doing very well, then there won't be room for improvement. Am I making sense? Am I making sense? Okay.
And over the years we've been using that, so we don't know if it's a new one.
This is what I saw on social media. Public domain.
It's to offer a lasting solution to socioeconomic difficulties.
Okay. You people should go and correct it too. Like I said, core value, these are part of the issues. If you go to most public domain for information on most government agencies, they are conflicting information. And it's not my making, it's the making of those that are running it. So people are being paid under publicity, corporate affairs department are supposed to be checking whatever that is on the public domain. That's their job. Are they doing it? That is it. Don't blame anybody. Like I said, who has your core values? Any core values anywhere? The core values. Okay. We don't have any problem really with vision and mission. The statement can be coined in. We already understood why we are here and what we are doing. But what are the core values that drive that mission and vision? What are the staff supposed to know that you wake up in the morning, you're going to work, you know that I'm a staff of NDDC, and this is what I cannot be found doing? Is it integrity? Is it honesty? Is it accountability? What are the core values that drive us as members of NDDC? Okay, let's just leave that because of time. We started a bit late, so we need to be fast. Another thing I want us to look at before I go into the topic proper is what I call you can take a snapshot of this, you can write it in your notebook. I want to believe that at the end of this session today, even if we have never answered any of these questions that I have put up here, after this training today, you should be able to sit down on your own and answer these questions for yourself, for your own good. What is your personal vision? Do we have personal vision? Who can share his or her vision with us? Your vision as an individual. I'm not talking about NDDC now, I'm talking about us. Because to manage and to survive in a VUCA world, you must start with yourself first. If you cannot lead yourself, you can't lead anybody. If you cannot understand yourself, you will carry the confusion to the people next door, people very close to you. So what is your personal vision? We may not go into details now. Maybe during our break, we can talk about it. Then what are your life ambition? Who can give us the difference between vision and ambition? Can somebody? What are your core values? As an individual, you must have your personal core values, which is your personal governance policies. What governs you as an individual? Do you have that? Many of us don't have these things, and that's why we're in crisis. We don't have policies that govern us. Do we have another training there? Okay, not now. We'll have a breakout session where we'll discuss all this. So let's just flow. What are your core values? When I was an employee, I had my personal governance policy even without any life coach telling me, I just had things I used to do that until I left banking, I paid somebody to coach me personally. I could now begin to give meaning to a lot of things I was doing on my own without having serious direction. And those core values, there's something that rocked, one particular thing that rocked institutions these days. Number one thing is man and woman relationship. As a very young graduate, a young employee, I know I had issues with that. At a point, I left work for a whole year. I said, God, am I the one having problem or the society is having problem? Because you get into a system, you're doing so well for the company, but the MDs will want to sleep with you before your promotion can be guaranteed. And I made up my mind as a personal governance policy. I'll never date the people where I work or the MDs where I work, because I have seen it cause problems in organizations because of conflict of interest. And women, you can bear me witness that once you sleep with a man, you now equal yourself to that man. Is it not true? So men don't understand that. You know, men, they just do this thing with their... But women, we think deep. We have about 6 senses to sex or love making. But men, they just have sense of sight. Once they see you and everything stands up, and as they come down, they are gone. We're all adults here, so I can say anything. But women will consider, what if I get pregnant? What if that? What if that? You know what I mean? So that way, before a woman gives her body to a man, she has thought about so many things. And once she does that, she believes she has given you all she has. And she now takes ownership of you. And when I was growing up, I see married men that want to date me. I'll tell them I'm too big a fish for you to put in the soup and be looking for what to eat. Because I want to see you when I want to see you. Not when I want to see you. Remember, that is the time you will be with you. So what happens to my emotions? So I didn't want to waste that. So I'd rather go to people that I can bump into your house anytime if I want, because I believe I'm your friend. So you must have your personal governance policies. It cost me a whole lot in my promotion, because there are times that 7 years I've not been promoted because of the problem. But I didn't give in. I still got to where I believe God wanted me to get to. And anywhere I see any of my former bosses or colleagues, I can look at you eyeball to eyeball till tomorrow and tell you what I want to tell you. And I have my respect. So much so that I was nicknamed Mama T in the bank. A young lady being called Mama T because I used to behave like a mother. My colleagues started calling me Mama T. And that name still goes with me till tomorrow. So what are we saying? We must have our personal governance policies. What are they? Some of them can be a limiting factor to you as a person because of the lack of knowledge. Some of them can, what are 3 of your most limiting beliefs? There are some belief systems we have carried on either as a Christian or as a culture over the years that have really dealt with us in terms of our progress and all that. So please, let's know this. You can take a snapshot. We can talk about them during our prayer section. But it's part of what I want us that at the end of this section today, we should be able to answer some of these questions. Some of us may have never thought about some of them. But let it be part of what you're taking away from this training today. So who are your mentors? And who are your accountability partners? Who are your mentors? Nobody can go far in life without mentorship. And as God will have it, social media and digital world has made it so easy for you to choose mentors even when they don't know you. You'll be following their teachings and online, and your life is being transformed without the person even knowing that you're following. So mentorship is not, I must go and see the people. No, you don't need to see anybody. Just go to social media, find out those who have succeeded in what you're doing or what you want to do as a person, and follow them and find out how they've done it. And that way, it makes your own job or your own journey very fast and less stressful. So the last one is, where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? Do we think, when we make our vision statement or our mission statement, do we break them down to yearly, quarterly, and all that? If we're not thinking in this direction, then Managing yourself or your organization in the VUCA world will be a problem. You can have a snapshot. Should I move on? Or you're still writing? You can snap it. These days, just take your phone and just take a picture of it. And we'll move. So these are the things I want us to go home with at the end of this session, so that our lives can be different and we'll be able to survive in this turbulence. Oh, sorry, dear. Me? Are you okay now? Okay, the new normal world. Can I move? So our outline for discussion today, we'll talk about what VUCA means. We'll look at understanding the VUCA world, effect of VUCA in managing an organization. Then we'll talk about strategy to manage in a VUCA world. Then we'll look at some case studies and we'll conclude. Is that okay? So what does VUCA mean? This is an acronym for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Who has heard about this VUCA before this training today? Has anybody read anything about it before this morning? You know, some of these things, we know them, but not in an organized manner like what we're doing this morning. We know that there is a new normal since COVID. There is a new normal way of life, new normal way of doing business. I know I was in a committee for Stella Maris University, the Catholic Church, sometime in the cathedral. And I was involved in trying to reconcile account of the parishes and the diocese. That is, the remittances that are between the parish priests or the parish churches and the diocese. And having gone through that book, I just shook my head. I said, this account can only be reconciled in heaven because of what I saw. And I now said, Bishop, I want to come and talk to the Reverend Fathers. This was before COVID, on the need for us to begin to digitalize our financial system. Then I was in the bank, to have an online payment system and online remittance to the diocese so that reconciliation could be made easy and traceable. And I went to their quarterly meeting, the priests where they meet every quarter. And I did a presentation to them. And at the end of the day, they started laughing. Some of them started laughing at me. They said, this thing you're telling us, you think it's possible? I don't think it was up to 2 or 3 years COVID came. And today, what people thought was not possible to do because of our mindset and our exposure, everybody is doing it now. Any church or fellowship or any association that is not making payment online, you're the one losing. Because people find it very convenient now. Who is on NSPPD every day, Monday to Friday? NSPPD, fine. Every day, people globally are making payments during offering. And you say you will not have an online payment digital system. Are you not the one losing? You will want to have, getting money to run your church or your fellowship will be on your own problem. Because on the go, people can just sit, even if when you don't want to give, and they're saying, give for this, give for that, there's a way the Spirit will move you. You just carry your phone. Even when it's your last month, is it not? You just point because you're believing God that if you give, you will receive. You understand? So at the end of the day, COVID made all of us begin to do things we never thought we could do, even till today. The old generation people like us were not very ICT savvy. So it's still very difficult for some of us in our generation to handle social media issues. I'm on platforms that people say, I'm posting something, nobody is responding. They are not used to responding. But go to the Gen Zs and millennial platform, even the church type, as you say, hey, pari, everybody is, following you and typing, putting emojis everywhere, charged up. But not for people above 50, 60. Am I making sense? Because we are not just used to it. We are forcing ourselves to fit into the new normal. And I was telling somebody the other day, I was discussing, I said, please, give him a break. I think it was the relation complaining about the husband. I said, please, this guy belongs to the old generation. This thing you're saying, your expectations are too high for him, so you have to calm down, because where you are and where he is not the same. And this is the new normal we're talking about. So having said that, the word VUCA describes the volatility, the uncertainty, the complexity, ambiguous nature of the modern global environment, characterized by rapid changes, unpredictability, interconnectivity, and a lack of clear cause and effect relationship. Till today, there is still a debate about COVID, whether it was real or whether it was man-made. The cause and effect is still a problem today. And they are telling us another one is coming. Is it not true? So some of these things are some of the challenges we have in the vocal world: volatility, rapid and unpredictable changes in the business environment. Are we not seeing it? Especially in the Nigeria palace, Nigeria environment. That you go to a market today, prices of things are changing per hour, not even per day. You go now and buy something 10,000. The next time when they tell you 12, in the next 1 hour that is 12,000. And you'll be wondering what is happening. There is no new purchase. It's the old goods that people have that they bought maybe at 7,000 or maybe even 5,000, because exchange rates have been increasing, and new ones that are coming in, people are increasing their own. People that are just, you that you had at 5,000, you're selling at 10. The next hour, you're selling at 12. And somebody was saying on social media that they should leave the Igbo culture alone in this country. That these guys, anywhere people go, they will make money. Now, my Igbo brothers are cleaning out in their trading, is it not? Things they had in the warehouse that they bought how many months ago. Now, dollar has reached heaven. They are making like more than 5 times or 6 times profits. So the volatility in the vocal world is something that we need to be mindful of. Market fluctuation, technological advancement, and geopolitical events. These are all part of the volatility we are talking about. So the V in VUCA means volatility. And what is that volatility? The rapid and unpredictable changes in the business world, or even any world at all, like the market fluctuation, technological advancement. It's affecting us both in the business and even in our private life, not just business. Everything is being affected. Everything. Then the second word there is uncertainty. And uncertainty means lack of clarity about the future. You're not sure what's going to happen tomorrow. We know that our government is making effort to see that the exchange rates issues are being curbed or reduced to minimum. But we don't know about tomorrow how they are going to achieve that. There's no clear picture. And everybody is still very uncertain. Then leaders must navigate through ambiguity and make decisions without. C is complexity. And when something is complex, it's interwoven, interconnected, and intricate relationship within the organizational ecosystem. Do we have such a thing in our organization? Is there anything that is complex in our organization? Can we share one of it? Any system, any process that you feel is very complex. We'll still have a breakout session where we'll bring out this in, but can we just think of one in NDDC? What you believe is complex that is giving you concern in this season? Anything we can think of? Can somebody help us? I came to learn from you people, and you learn from me, because I don't understand your system. So as we're discussing, as you're bringing it out, it will help me to understand the topic better, using your institution as a case study. And it will equally help you to see how you can profile solutions to such a problem. That's why we're here today. No volunteers? Can see how complex, sorry. You can see how complex this place is. The organization that you have don't have even the structure, the departments. There's no clear definition of some. Okay, let me use government now, federal government as an instance. They say they should implement the Oroshanya's report. Because you see so many ministries or agencies that are doing exactly the same thing. But because some people wanted to compensate their people, they'll just create a ministry and put their people there and be paying them salary. There are many people that go to work under public offices that are not doing anything. Some even go and report. I know someone that is living abroad, but she's collecting salary at Abuja in a paraseta. At least the relation which I know. And I was asking her, what are you, why will you do such a thing? He said, is it not Nigeria? I said, So you can see departments, every street in Abuja has one agency, or if you're looking at the street of Abuja, you must see one office that is for one agency or parasocial. You'll be wondering, what is happening here? Nothing. So you can see how complex the situation is. EFCC, ICPC, where are all of them doing the same thing? And even clashing in court. The time they were trying Emefiele, a group came and said they are the one that will take custody of him, and they were fighting in courts. That is kind of complex situations you see in organizations and in business environment or governance in our society. So having said that, the third one is ambiguity. And ambiguity is the presence of multiple interpretations and no clear cause and effect. You can see this one is going this way, this one is going direct, this one is going this way. Everybody is giving different interpretations to one thing, and there's no clarity. Then what are the effects of VUCA in managing an organization? Number one effect we can identify is leadership complexity. It is not easy. If you think it's very easy to rule this country, Nigeria, start with your own family first, or even your department or your own organization. So when I hear some people talk about, even the leaders that are coming in don't even know how complex the system is until they get in there. Many people voted for Buhari in the last administration because we felt Jonathan was not doing well and we needed a change. And Buhari is very strict, he will do it. He went in there, the man was subsumed. Is it not true? So until you get into a system, mind how you talk about a system. Because you don't know what these people are seeing. And I start with my own immediate family, even your children. The way our children are today, when we are growing up, will you open your mouth and challenge your parents' decision? Who born you? But now you're telling them, say, no, mommy, I won't do it that way. Why should I? They want you to explain to them why. Who gave you that kind of guts when you were growing up? It's as you're doing, you align. If not, they'll use beating and everything and align you, force you to align immediately. So you dare not. But now, if you use that strategy for your children, you lose them. Because if you don't make them your friends, you have lost them. I have to be sleeping about 2, 3 a.m. because my daughter is in the US. And I'll make sure I talk to her every day. So when she's gearing off, I know. So how do you do that with a country that people are sabotaging themselves? Not even you as a leader. And they don't know that they are sabotaging themselves. Look at what has happened in governance here. I'm sure many people didn't think that, many of the cabinet members didn't think that Jagaban will win the court case. And they started stealing immediately they came in. See how much they have been stolen in 7 months. Do you understand? And these are trusted allies that he believed that he will give his people a position that they will protect and help him launder or clean his image or whatever it is. But look at what has happened. So how do you explain that? It's like you're training your child in school and you've done so much in your business and you have trained this your child and trusted him so much to hand over your business empire to him as you're getting old, and the guy just comes in and messes up everything. How do you feel as a father or a parent? So the VUCA world has made leadership very, very complex because you don't even know who to hold. The people that you have entrusted things do not understand the environment, the business environment. They don't understand themselves, just like we're asking today, what is your personal vision? If you cannot lead yourself, you can't lead anybody. So leadership starts with you, self-leadership. And what we have found out in the society today is that we have more managers than leaders. Every leader is a manager, but not every manager is a leader. You know that? You know? That every leader is a manager, but not every manager is a leader. So we have people that are managing situations for us and not leading. And they call themselves leaders because they have not been able to lead themselves. How much more they can lead others or be leaders in the society. We'll visit others. I'm just running through them. When we come to the strategies, we'll address some of these things. So decision making, it becomes very complex in a VUCA world because you can't plan anything. Look at people that made budgets last year against this year. Maybe manufacturing organizations. And you come, you budgeted diesel maybe at 700 or 800. And you wake up within 1 month, diesel has reached 1,002. How do you explain that in decision making? So it makes decision making very, very complex. When we talk about the strategies, we'll go much into this that were mentioned. Increased risk exposure, of course. Everybody is at risk. The volatile, the uncertain, the ambiguous environment that we have today has made risk more eminent in anything that we do. Our own is even more complex in Nigeria. We have security risk, we have business risk, we have governance risk, all kinds of risks. We don't even know where we can hold and say this is where it is well with us. But in the midst of all, people are still thriving. Those that understand how to navigate in the VUCA world, they are making it and they are moving on. If you go now, there are properties, people, if you go to Lagos, even Port Harcourt, you see new buildings coming. You'll be wondering, is it not this same society that I'm crying that there is nothing? People have come down to understand the situation because what you think is their problem is an opportunity for others. And that's why we're here today, to see how can we turn this VUCA world or situation to opportunities for us so that we can navigate around it. Strategic uncertainty. The board doesn't meet regularly. Like in the bank, the board can meet maybe once or twice a year. But with what is happening now, you find out that there are certain decisions an MD cannot take in the bank unless he gets approval of the board. So you'll be forced to call in your board almost every other month because things are increasing on monthly basis. And there's a limit to approval you can do as an MD. Likewise, every other organization will have departmental limits, we have organizational limits. So you must bring your strategy people to come down at the round table for you to agree before you can move forward. So strategic uncertainty is there. Then innovation imperative. This is where you must wear your thinking cap because you must think outside the box to survive. So innovation is very, very important in the volatile world. So if you're not innovative, then you're bound to suffer it. Then opportunity for growth. Like I said, every problem is an opportunity to make money. It depends on how you're looking at it. What you are seeing as a problem, an entrepreneur and a solution provider will see that as an opportunity to make money. So they are watching out for, what can I make? Okay, let's look at a typical situation. What can we think about today? Let me think of something. That is a serious problem. But it's an opportunity to so many people. Can you people help me out? Can you give me one incident? What is a problem to others that people are making money and cleaning out from? Can anybody help? An example. When there's no response, it's like people are not following me. That one is an illegal. Let's think of something maybe in the productive side. That's not a normal situation. Yes. Let's even think of waste management. What is there, whatever to energy? I know I had a proposal sometime we'll get to state government on how we can convert our waste to energy and use it to generate even lights. So all this rubbish you're seeing on the street now, that is constituting nuisance to people, people are busy packaging them and transforming them into energy and power generation. Was it 2 or 3 days ago, I was listening to Koinonia, this Apostle Selman. He brought one guy, this guy from, I think, Bayelsa, or one former, is it Kingsley or so? He's running a farm in Abuja called CS or CS something. I've forgotten the full name now. So this guy said they went to Israel. He was the first pilgrim coordinator. What do they call them again? This guy that coordinates Nigerians to go on pilgrimage. Christian Pilgrim Board. He was in charge of it. So he was the first to organize for a Nigerian president to visit the Israeli prime minister, which was Jonathan. He said as they went there, the prime minister was busy telling them how, I think they have rain only once, if at all, in Israel in a year. So they were there telling them how their food production, that they have already produced food Israel will eat for 15 years, ahead of 15 years. And the guy said he was just there listening. And our leaders and others that went with him, they were there nodding their head and wowed by the guy's story. But when they finished and left, he went back and asked him, man, please, I want to be part of this, your scheme. Can you come and help me in Nigeria to set up? We have rain everywhere. We have greens everywhere. These people are desert environment. And they have produced the food they will feed their people for in the next 15, 20 years. And yet, look at our Benue. They said that our Benue yam is the highest. I think Benue produces the highest quantum of yam worldwide. Yet, we're not making 1 naira from exports. So this guy is at Abuja now. He has set up, he said he has about 30-something production line, different things. In this Abuja, oh. So while people are there complaining, people are cleaning out. Opportunities are there. So I want to beg us that, I want to challenge us, that let's not look at what is happening around us. Let's look out for the opportunities. What can I make out of this situation? Look around you. There's nobody that is skillful, that is thinking outside the box, that is doing something, that is complaining today. It's only those that want to sit down and be using biro to write away a fortune. Those are the ones that are complaining because they are not thinking. And they are used to doing it and they think it's business as usual. No, it's not more business as usual. So let's think of what are the opportunities that this VOCA system has given us in the society where we thrive. Let's look at Niger and NDDC. With what is happening today, what are some of the opportunities that we see around us? Can we talk about it before our breakout session? What can we say are the opportunities for growth that you're seeing? Being a staff of NDDC and what is happening, the volatility in the system, the uncertainty, what again, the complexity and the ambiguity. How is it affecting your job? And what do you think you can make out of the system? We'll talk about all that because for those that are just comfortable with their first degree or second degree, your paper certificate, and you're sitting down there and say you will get promotion and all that, there might be downsizing because of what is now, you'll be affected. So are you thinking of plan B? So let's think of strategies to manage in the vocal world. How can we take advantage of what is happening? If there is nothing we're able to benefit from this training today, I want us to think and follow me as I talk about self-discovery and self-awareness. If that is the only thing you're going to get from this training, because I know that I did not discover myself until I retired from banking at 49 years. I was doing so many things, thinking I was doing so well. I had some mentors, some coaches, but that self-discovery was something I did not discover until I graduated. I retired from bank. I paid some guy, well, that was in 2015. I paid somebody $250,000 then to coach me because I wanted to go into mentoring and life coach. Then it was huge money, but I closed my eyes. And I sat with this guy for 7 days intensive course. When he finished with me, I could answer so many questions I could not answer from childhood. I didn't understand myself. I had some issues with my employers and my bosses because I didn't understand myself and what was going on. And I know that many people are in my shoe, are still in that shoe today that I was like before 2015. So self-discovery and self-awareness is something I want us to go home with today on how we can manage in this vocal world. You must understand yourself. Many people who don't understand ourselves, and that's why we are doing what we are doing in the way we are doing it. And I'm going to go to different school of thoughts. I'll use Miles Monroe School of Thought in self-discovery. I use Steve Harris School of Thought in self-discovery. I'll use Tim LaHaye I'll use all of them, about 4 or 5 people's school of thought. We'll dwell a little bit more on this one because until we get this thing right, we can't get any other thing right. Every other thing will suffer. Our job will suffer. Our relationship will suffer. Everything is suffering because we have not discovered ourselves. Nobody can discover you for you. You must be the one to discover yourself for yourself. And until you do that, every other thing around you will suffer. One day, one of my bosses called me because I was seen to be very stubborn. I became a stockbroker at a very tender age. I was 20 what? Chartered stockbroker. So I knew early in life, in my profession as a stockbroker and banker, that anywhere they see your signature, approving facility or any monetary disbursement, 30 years come and your signature is there and it's fraud, they will come and pick you from wherever you are. So I knew that very early in my profession. So you cannot count me like an MD or my supervisor to tell me to sign a credit that I don't believe in. I'll decline. So it was a problem. So much so that one of the places I worked, it was a revenue generating bank for River State, the revenue collation bank for River State. And every month they were sharing dollars, cash. And before I went to that place, I didn't know there was fraud in the place, and they were looking for who can they use to stop the fraud in that system. Not only was a high-ranking syndicated fraud, but passed through a branch. The last fraud they committed in that bank when I came in there was 500 million. And the young man that they said did it was walking the street of Port Harcourt, unpunished, showing you that they were big men at the top that just used him as a scapegoat and he left. So eventually I came into the bank. In short, it took them 1 year because the GM then was looking for their lights to be put back in that branch so that they will continue. But management was already getting tired of the whole system that didn't understand what was happening. So after 1 year, the first time I went for the interview, they told me to write a proposal, business proposal, how I can turn around. I did. My own was the best. They didn't call me back until after almost 1 year. They called me again and said I should write again. I wrote. They said, so manager was asking the guy, why won't you give this job to this person that had the best proposal, that seems to understand what to do? Eventually, the day I went to meet the GM, he knew me in the systems, and he knew that I'm not the kind that you can bend easily to do what they were. That was why he didn't want to. And I didn't know about that. So eventually, I got the employment letter. The day I went to see him, he said, Tony, I hope you can pray. I said, that one is given now. So when I prayed, I was going to that bank. I heard, if you last 6 months in this place, then you can work as long as you want in this organization. 6 months, that is the confirmation period. I said, God, you know, at times when God talks to you, you don't understand where he's coming and where he's going. So I got into the bank. The first 3-4 months, they gave us a target. I was among the first top 50 in the bank wide that met and surpassed that target. And I got a personal letter from the MD. That one side. Before 6 months, they got somebody to set me up that I was working against. You guys are used to APGs. There was an APG I met in the system, Advanced Payment Guarantee from, I think it was an NDT job, to light up a system, yes. and they collected the money. The AP, the fund came. They wanted to share the money. And I said, no, you must do the work. Oh. I won't disburse until I see evidence. They went and wrote petition to the MD that I'm frustrating their job. I'm making them do. MD, they wrote me from Lagos. I said, sir, this is my findings. If you want to disburse money to the guy, you can do that from Lagos, but not from my branch. The matter ended. Before I left that bank, the same people that wrote petition wrote back to say, because when the case came up eventually, the management saw what I did. There is a 6-burner gas cylinder. The guy that I saved that fraud from sent me all the way from Abuja. It's still in my garage today. I've not even started using it. So the same people that wrote that petition wrote management back and said, oh, that they are sorry about the petition, that I actually did the right thing, what I was supposed to do. And I tell you honestly, that petition would have sacked me in that bank. First 6 months of your employment, is it not confirmation period? So I now remember what God told me. So what are we saying? At the end of the day, I found out that the stubbornness they thought I exhibited in my year is not just stubborn. I had penchant for doing the right thing. I didn't understand the system, and eventually, until I got that training, I understood myself. So who am I? A lot of us have identity issues. And until you identify yourself, you'll be living another person's life. So in a VUCA world, if you don't understand yourself, who you are, if you have identity crisis, you cannot survive. You cannot make progress. So number one question that Miles Monroe said we should ask in self-discovery and self-awareness is, who am I? Which is the identity issue. So that question must be answered. If you have not gotten an answer, it don't have nothing to do with age, to answer this question. A lot of people have lived their life without self-discovery and died. And that's why Miles Monroe will tell you that the richest part of the world is the graveyard. Because people have died with talents unfulfilled. So the second question is, what problems am I created to solve? What purpose? For all of us, God is a correct businessman. He does not waste his resources. For everybody God has created, there's a purpose for your creation. Have you been able to discover what the purpose is? Number 3 is, who and where am I sent to? There must be people that God has created you to impact their life, to make impact. Have you discovered what your purpose is? If you cannot identify who you are, discover your purpose, you can never make impact. And that's why people pass through this world without making impact, because they have not identified who they are. And I tell you honestly, I am not from any country. I am from heaven. And if you know that you're from heaven, connected to God, they are said, all this we do about tribalism and whatever, it will not exist now. Knowing that we are just here as a transition, moving somewhere. So having said that, we must identify who we are. We are children of God ultimately. We are just here for a purpose, and we are here to use that purpose to make an impact or influence others positively. Then how will I get there? For every vision, there is a process. For every vision, there is a process. So if you identify that where you're going, there is a process to getting there. And it's never easy. It's never straightforward. So when you identify the process of getting there, you identify what your limitations are. What are your limiting beliefs? There are always obstacles. There are always limitations in whatever you want to do. A lot of us have carried some limiting beliefs from our culture, from our family, from our system, from the way we think things should have been done. And it has affected us greatly. When I was growing up, I had this limiting belief that I was very, very keen on running a very good home as a woman. I had this limiting belief that there are certain professions that will affect your marital life, like medicine, engineering, all these courses that you're always not there for your family or your husband. And I said, Oh, banking. I didn't even think banking was Until I got into banking, I didn't know it was. I was looking at medicine, that you leave your husband or your children in the night, you're going on call, you know what I mean? At that time, I did secondary school. Oh. So eventually, I was a pure science student. I said, no, I must do a course that I can work anywhere, like management, you know what I mean? You can work in any organization as a management graduate and all, but in medicine, you're limited to that hospital environment and stuff, if you want to enjoy your profession anyway. Not for those that just did it for certificate's sake. Because I know a child that finished and went and gave the mom, the dad, said, take your certificate, let me go and do what management. And I ended up in the bank. And I saw that banking was not even the way banking used to be done before we left. Not the traditional banker in those days. Because the likes of Tony Elumelu then brought a lot of innovation in the banking that changed, revolutionized the system when we got into banking. So this limiting belief made me, I didn't do medicine or certain courses because I wanted to have a very, have time as a married woman for my family. And eventually, it did not work out that way. So after I have taken this limiting, this belief, carried it on, chose my profession, eventually I got married. And what I thought would happen didn't happen, is it not? So it was a limiting belief because nothing stopped me from being a medical doctor. From the science background I had and how good I was in science. So some of us have carried some limiting beliefs over the years that have affected our business, affected our family, affected our lives. So find out what it is and deal with it. What are my motivations? We all have potential. There's something we have passion for. We will close our eyes without any pressure. We'll do it very comfortably. That is our potentials. Have you discovered that? Then the last but not the least is, what will you be remembered for when you die? The destiny question or legacy question. When you die, and you're forget the Nigerian way of treating the dead, all the wicked men, when they die, you will be hearing all manners of good things. It's not that kind of legacy we're talking about. When you go to face your maker that has given you the potentials, giving you everything, at the end of the day, you go back. Because we are going back somewhere. With the Muslims and Christians alike, we know that there is life after death. We are going to meet our maker. And you stand before the Lord, what will you tell God you have achieved? Leave the one that we are talking about you in the world. But that one of the world is what equally gives you confidence to go and face God. So God has given you opportunity to be a departmental head, or even if you're not a departmental head, everybody is a leader at our level. Because you must lead yourself first before you can lead another person. So you in your home, you have your house help, you have relations living with you, in the office you're a leader. How have you used that position? That so much so that when you die, people will be crying for your death, not because of you, but because of what they have lost in you. Like this guy that is dead today, Herbert Migwe. The people that he's secretly paying scholarship for, won't they be crying more than the family members? Do you understand? So these are the questions that, according to Miles Monroe, part of his own ideology of self-discovery and self-awareness. Who can answer these 7 questions for us? Has anybody been able to answer these questions in the past? If you have, I don't think your life will remain the way it is today. So please, if you have not thought about this or have not seen this before, will not answer these questions, please, this is a life questions we must answer if we want to discover who we are. Self-discovery continued. Another guy, I use different school of thoughts. One beautiful life coach, a Nigerian called Steve Harris, he came up with his own ideology about self-discovery. He said that we can liken our self-discovery to the 7 days in a week. And from 0 to 10 years is considered as your Monday. And that your Monday is your season of discovery. Just like we are guiding our children 0 to 10 years. Then parents are trying to identify who their children are. You're guiding them so that they don't wrong profession or wrong friends and all that. Then 11 to 20 years is your Tuesday, where you begin to practice some of the things you have discovered about yourself. Take, for instance, Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson became a superstar at 6 years, is it not? He was too young, but the parents guided him because they saw his potentials. But I have discovered. Am I right? So that discovery must be there. What are your talents? If you find out, then you begin to practice them. From practice them, you begin to perform. Remember that when Michael Jackson discovered that he could dance and sing, somebody started coaching him privately before he became, is it not? So your Wednesday is your year between 20 and 30 where you begin to perform. People will begin to identify you with something, that you're good at this, and you're coming to stage maybe to give talks and all that as a life coach and all that. And if it's in medicine, you see, you begin to have some discovery, like some young Nigerians that are discovering all manners of things to cure diabetes. And so you're on the stage. Then 31 to 40 years is your Thursday for mastery, is it not? When you're becoming perfect in doing something, that is what mastery is all about. So your age 34 to 40 years is your Thursday, and is your season of mastery. Then 41 to 50 years is your Friday, people, and reproduce yourself amongst people. That is age 41 to 50. Then age 51 to 60 is your Saturday. Here, you're beginning to make serious returns from all you have performed, all you have mastered, all you have mentored. You now have so many mentees and people, just like the likes of David Oyedepo. You see, during his, what is this, the annual program? Shiloh. You see most of his children. Morning, sir. You see most of his children in the Lord come to Shiloh. The likes of Paul and Enchedem, the likes, do you understand? And he's a proud father, and he'll be so happy to see that his children are all doing well. And that is the stage. You begin to get returns. They may not give him money per se, but I know they do. Because they sow into the life of their fathers. And they come to preach at their occasion, both Adebo and all those people. And you see them, they are very proud and happy. And these are some of the things that make us happy on this our Saturday. So here there's a recreation, there's rebranding. The likes of Tony Elumelu, that left banking and they are now philanthropists, you know, producing, sponsoring youths and making waves. This is the age of 51 to 60. And your Saturday, 61, 70, is your rest and rejuvenation period. This guy said that you have no business working over the weekend. Because weekend is for resting. Is it not? So from Monday to Friday, you should be able to discover, practice, perform, and you cannot do one without the other one. And when you get to mentoring and multiplication, you're reproducing yourself in people, and by Saturday, Sunday, you're resting. And he said, from 70 above, you're in a public holiday. Are we together? So you just rest. You just do things because you want to do them, not because you're compelled to. Are we together? Then the next school of thought says, this is Jack Ma. We know Jack Ma, the Chinese, the richest man in China. Yes, they are the owner of Alibaba Group. Jack Ma says, he was talking to young entrepreneurs that to discover yourself, whether you're an entrepreneur or not, or how you can succeed as an entrepreneur, that before the age of 20, be the best learner. Are you seeing this? Are you seeing that these people are saying the same thing from their own personal and life experiences? And they can't get it wrong because this is the stage they have gone through. And they are telling you, in order to discover yourself and become self-aware, go through these stages that we have gone through. Then he said, between 20 and 30, work with the best leaders and make as many mistakes as you can. 20 to 30 is the time of adventure, making mistakes. People like me, from that 21 to 30, that was when I graduated, I was changing job like 9 months, 1 year. If I come into a system, or if I came into a system when I was at that age, I told you I was doing so many things without self-discovery. It was when I now went through mentorship, and I understood myself, and while I was doing what I was doing, and if I had understood myself at that age, I would have done better. So between the age of 20 to 23, I can count, before I went into stockbroking, within 3 years, I have done 4 jobs. Your system, and I just look and say, no, I'm not going to survive here. I'll just quietly wait until 6 months after my confirmation. Once they confirm me, the next 9 months or so, I'm off. And my boss will say, Tonya, why are you changing job? Nobody could understand me. I couldn't even understand myself. But that was the time to take such risk. As I was just growing in banking, 40, I was staying in a bank for 7 years, 10 years. Even when I want to move, then I had more responsibility, children are coming and all that. But you can't afford to move like that. So I'm just trying to confirm what this guy was saying, that between 20 and is the time to work with the best leaders and make as many mistakes as possible. Then the age of 30 to 40, better work running your own business if you want to be an entrepreneur. Even if you want to be an entrepreneur, you're still in a paid employment, which is part of the process of becoming an entrepreneur. Then 40 to 50 years, focus on doing only one thing you love. By then, you must have discovered yourself. I ask for details, they are just on the go. But if you can pin any of them down and train the person to do what you want to do, that is the only time you can get what you want from some of them. Then 60 and above, Jack Ma says, relax and enjoy yourself on the beach and under the sun. While others are working, you are there playing golf and enjoying yourself. This is Jack Ma's self-discovery process or school of thoughts. I think you just snap it so that, what's the time, sir? You need to snap so that we can catch up with time. Okay, that's fine. So we don't need to be wasting time. Okay, so the next person we are going to look at the self-discovery and self-awareness model is Darren Hardy, talking about the wheel of life. How many of us have come across this before? How many of us are practicing this? The wheel of life. You see, like I said, what we are talking about today has nothing to do with age. Because whenever you get information, just run with it. And it pains me most importantly that people from this part of the country, we are not very good at attending trainings or paying, budgeting for trainings, that is using our own money. Only when institutions like this organize trainings, you see us, even for some people will not even come. And they think they are doing the institution. These are what people pay 500,000, 1 million and above. Yorubas. When I had a training center, I had to shut it down. Because you keep paying bills, nobody comes. If I put on for training, 80 or 90% of those that will come for that training is people that either Yoruba name or those that have lived in Lagos that know the importance of training. And that's why we're not making progress, because we're just here very contented with what we think we know, and the world is moving and leaving us behind. Go to Lagos and Abuja and see what young people are doing exploits. So please, let's take training seriously. Because most of the things I've been asking here today, nobody is raising hand to tell me that they are doing it or they have showing that there is problem. All right, so the wheel of life, I call it to your life balance sheet. The same way bank, we have a balance sheet in the bank or we have in the organization, that is the same way we have the balance sheet of life. So is your life balanced? If it's not balanced, we need to balance it too. Because for you to operate in the VUCA world, you must understand your life balance sheet. A lot of us pursue career at the detriment of our family, at the detriment of our health, at the detriment of our emotions and all that. It should not be. It should be balanced. Though you may never get your wheel balanced like this. But at least, if at the end of the month, beginning of the year, you plot your balance sheet on the wheel, and the wheel is tilted this side, you will now know that you need to work on the tilted side to make it balance with the other one before the year runs out. So, this guy, if you go to his book, The Effect of Compound, is it the compound effect or something? You will see details week by week, day by day. He gave charts on how you can plot your life on the balance sheet, on the wheel of life. So, relationship is one. How are you handling your relationship? With your family? Relationship with yourself first. So, you know, self-discovery starts with you. Understanding yourself. You need to understand yourself. How are you treating yourself? You know, some people are so hard on themselves and even hate themselves. And that's what transfers to other people, because you can't give what you don't have. If you're an unhappy person, you transfer unhappiness to people around you. Is it not true? But if you're a happy person, every time people want to come around you and everybody is happy, oh boy, even in the department, you send people to go to Kilimanjaro and post, oh, you're now at Eastern Bypass. Which restaurant is near you at Eastern Bypass? Chicken Republic. You tell your, please go to Chicken Republic, buy everybody meat pie and let's have fun. Work is going on and your staff, they're enjoying you. Then maybe you have family issues. I don't know how many of us that have taken time to notice some unhappy people in our department. There was a particular case I handled when I was a manager at FCMB, GRA Junction. This, my staff, gave out a loan. And loan process, like I told you, in approving loan process, you start with account officer, go to the branch manager, go to your head in Lagos, then the credit unit, before they will now disburse the loan. Then this loan went bad. The bank decided to dump that credit in the guy's account and was deducting his money, his salary, 50% every month to offset the loan. So this guy was bitter. Every morning he will come to job and we will work. He will just gather his colleagues on his table and he'll be telling them how bad the system was and how wicked our supervisor. Do you understand? So, feeding people with negative vibes every day. I'll call him and say, Ejike, come. You have a choice to remain on this job or to quit. This thing you're doing will not help you, because if the bank sacks you, you're gone. So I would advise you, go and get a job and leave this. Say, Mama T, how will I get a job and leave now when this thing is, you know, my account is in debit? That means even if I go to a new place, I'll start coming to pay. So this guy was bitter, he was crying, nobody was listening to him. I came to the bank to become his unit head then. So I talked to him personally and I saw there was sense in what he was saying. I needed a way to be able to progress on my job and reduce the effect he's having on other staff. So I knew he was an ex-seminarian and he was very close to one Reverend Father. Then Blue Elephant was happening in GRA. I requested for an evening outing with him and that Reverend Father. Then Blue Elephant, the plate of food then was about 8,000. In those days though, I said I'll pay. I need to get to this guy's problem. So we went for that dinner. And after we ate, and I called Father, I said, Father, I actually brought you out to help me talk to Ejike. Because I can see that the problem has already affected his reasoning and everything. This is what is happening in the office. I have told him the only way he can get out of this problem faster is for him to go and look for a job and leave this system. How to pay the loan, we can start making the case. But he needs to leave because very soon they will sack him and he will lose all round. So the priest told him that, Ejike, this Antonia has told you is only somebody that loves somebody that can do this, especially your boss in the office. Listen to her and go and do it. The guy went and looked for a job. Very sharp guy. Oh. He got another job and left for the new bank. And we started fighting there. I said, no, because me, I can carry people's matter on my head. I said, there is an approval process for this loan. Why would you dump this thing on this guy? Let everybody share it. If everybody, do you understand? I fought like this. Eventually, the bank cleaned out the loan from his account, and he went to the other bank. And when they say, he will call me, Mati, what are you still doing in that bank? Those people are wicked. Come and join me in my new place. You know, that's the kind of relationship. And I left my bank and went and joined him in his new place, which was better. So how are you relating? How are you relating with your staff? When you see people carrying gloomy faces, don't take it out on them. You don't know whether she has been battered, domestic violence, whether na woman dey batter men or men dey batter women. I hear say na, you know, yes. So you don't know what the person has passed through before coming to work. You as a supervisor, have you taken out time to ask questions? Do you know there was a banker that had a similar problem? Nobody around her bothered, and the husband killed her. They used to see her with bruises. She would take pancake and cover it. They didn't know what she was going through until she died. So let's look at around us, relationship-wise. How are you doing? With yourself first, with people around you, with your children, with your husband or your spouses. So relationship is very, very important, and we must balance it. How often do you take out time with your family? If you look at that, if you go to that, the effect of compound, the compound effect, Google this thing. Let me get the title of the book correctly so that I can go and read it. Darren Hardy, the compound effect or something. Darren Hardy. He gave charts. By the time you finish scoring yourself, you come to the wheel. If your wheel is one leg up, one leg down, you see it. Nobody's wheel ever balances like this, so because it's either your spiritual side is suffering or your family is suffering. But the importance of it is that it helps you to know the areas you're going to work on so that you can catch up and balance. So family, you have careers to business, you have finance, you have your spiritual and personal growth, then the health and mental issues. So these are some of the things that you must discover where you are and try to plot them on the wheel and know which one is doing better. There are people that are so wealthy, they don't get children, no, they don't get happiness. Do you understand? So you'll be looking at the man, you'll be envying the guy or the lady that this person is so rich. Meanwhile, no happiness. So that's why you should not even envy anybody. Too good. Are you serious? I'm glad to see you're wearing. Okay, so please, if you go, have you gotten the Darren Hardy? The please go and read that book and use the charts there to plot your life on the wheel and see. Even on one of my websites, I have that 2 minutes check. You can plot in, or you can do like 0/5 or 0/10 and see where you are. In terms of relationship, what do you score yourself? When it comes to relationship, you will do relationship for family, workplace relationship. By the time you finish plotting it, you can get average of maybe 5/10 or 7/10, that's relationship-wise. And in doing it, when you get average, you see that maybe your family relationship is suffering more than your business relationship. So you know that you need to work on your family relationship. Make out time for your family, because when you're busy pursuing career, you don't have time for family. You suffer it in future because your children will not be doing well. Do you understand? Even when I was a banker, my husband then used to be very domesticated. But the day we married, I knew he used to like, I said, please, this is my office. This is my department. I don't want you there unless I need your help. Do you understand? Because as a banker, and as if I knew it would have been an issue, as a banker, there's no way you will not have such an issue if you're not aware of this to balance off what you're doing. You leave your home in the morning. By 7 o'clock, 7:15, you're having meeting in the office. At times, you come by 7, 8 in the night, depending on your level. So, but I warned him, I said, this is my department, I don't want you there unless I need your help. Like when I was pregnant, I can allow him to cook for me because I was not strong. But under normal circumstances, I make sure I never fail in my duty as a married woman, despite my banking work. I make sure I cooked what will let it be that they are warming, maybe house help, warm if I'm not there. But the food that the family was eating, I made sure I cooked it. So you must learn to balance this thing. There are some people that they don't have time or they don't know how to cook, they pay professionals to cook and they'll carry it and come and put it in the fridge and do you understand? So there are so many ways to balance these things. Because once a man begins to feel, there was a story I was reading yesterday about a house girl and a man and the wife. The man said the woman don't relegate all the duty to house girl. Make Ikuma go marry the house girl. And it was a case. Do you understand? So don't be found wanting in any of these things. so that your life will balance on this wheel, and so that you will balance to be able to function in a vocal world. I hope we've not lost sight of where we're going. We're still under self-discovery and self-awareness. If you don't understand all this, there is no way other things around you will not suffer. No way. I have practiced them, and I can tell you that. As we are today, most of us that have religious spirit, we can have 8/10 when it comes to spiritual, because morning, afternoon, you're praying, you're going for every program in the church, you're there, you're going for retreat, you're online, you're offline, forgetting that you need to make time for your family, that your family is your primary responsibility as far as God is concerned, not being in church. Do you understand? So we must learn to balance all this. Then your personal growth, a lot of us can never pay one dime to go and attend their course unless it's being paid by organization where you work. If they don't pay, forgetting that the knowledge, I used to tell my supervisor, my bosses, that in those days when I used to change work with him, if I come to a system and I don't like it, I will not, I feel I don't, I'll just wait. Once you confirm me, I move. When they ask me, I say, I gave you photocopy of my certificate, and I have my brain, and I have original of my certificate, so I have the right to photocopy and keep moving on. Do you understand what I'm saying? So nothing compels you in any organization. The same way they have the right to sack you, you can equally sack your boss or sack your organization. But before you sack, you must know you have something going for you. So please, what is your budget for personal growth in a year? How many courses have you budgeted for this year? For your everything here, you need a mentor, a coach for relationship, for family. There are different things. So someone that is coaching you for relationship cannot coach you for finance, because he does not have the expertise in that area. So you can't say you have a mentor, a coach of a relationship. The same person is versatile in finance. It's not possible. Most times you can't get one person. And that's why you should go online and find out people that have excelled in all this. Like health now. Your relationship coach cannot be your health and mental coach, because there are people that are experts in health and wellness. And you, what are you doing as a person to balance your health and wellness? Since 2 years now, I make sure I do 10,000 steps every day. Minimum. The one, maybe I'm wearing a wristwatch, I'm carrying my phone that can count my steps. Of course, you know at times you can't carry them. So you even do more than 10,000. But before 12 midnight every day, I must do 10,000 steps. Because I know I sit there a lot. Once you're doing this kind of work we're doing, you sit on the system a lot, and by the time you know it, you're just expanding and gathering excesses front and back. You know what I mean? So you must make sure you consciously and intentionally find a way of reducing. And it's not just working out. What you eat too matters. Do you understand? What you eat matters. How much carbohydrates, how much protein, how much. So you must be conscious of this thing, because I have come to realize that all the struggle we have in life is how to make ends meet. And if at the end of the day you make all the money and you don't have the good health to enjoy it, is it worth it? So the choice is ours. So in order to discover who you are, you must discover where you are in your personal growth and plot it on this wheel and see whether your wheel is balanced or one is down or one is up. Those ones that are not doing well, you now focus on them and make sure you work on them, so that you don't just concentrate on one while others are suffering. So at the end of the day, it's your lifestyle. You see how lifestyle took the life of Herbert Nwigwe. Because for those people, flying helicopter is like their own motor, their own car. Sure, you know. So it was no big deal for him to enter to fly in winter. They just felt it was their normal way of movement. But me and you, when they work out with motor, if you tell me to go and enter helicopter in a winter in US, I go say no. Because then I still get more sense to know, say, life is sweet. Do you understand? But those that helicopter is like their car, they don't see it as anything. And that's how the lifestyle took his life. So your lifestyle, you have to checkmate it. The lives of some of the people are brothers, I won't call their name, that drink whiskey or brandy of how many thousand naira. Do you understand? It's a lifestyle. So what is your lifestyle? Is your lifestyle balancing with your aims and objectives in life? A little whiskey is good, though. There's nothing wrong with it. So, but you shouldn't take excess of it. After all, when we give birth, they used to tell us to drink hot drink so that it can clear. So, there's nothing that has advantage that doesn't have disadvantage. So, let's not condemn it completely. Okay, so I have given how many schools of thought now? Can you mention them for me? On self-discovery and self-awareness. Number one is, whose school of thought did we do number one? Miles Morris. The second one? No, it's Steve. Is it not Steve Harris? Steve Harris. Then the third one now is Darren Hardy. Then do I still have? Okay, I have the last one. The last one is our personality type. Have you seen this one too before? Your personality type. Can you tell me your personality? Who knows her personality type? If you have read the book, The Spirit Control Temperament by Tim LaHaye, who has read that book? Oh, this my people know they read though. You've read it now. There are two schools of thought here because they classify their personality types with different narratives. Tim LaHaye said his one is choleric, sanguine, phlegmatic, and melancholy. Then Myers-Briggs said that these grammars are too much, that people cannot understand it. He now brought a closer vocabulary to our everyday life. For a choleric, he said he's a general. For sanguine, he says he's a socializer. For phlegmatic, he says he's a team player. And for melancholy, he says he's a detective. Let me explain this now. You see, these are different personality types. And characteristics of choleric and the generals are like, look at them here. Can you see them? Can you see what is there? They are quickly roused, very egocentric. That is, you know the generals in the army now? You know you cannot fault the command of a general. Who knows that? Any first person here? But we have them in the society. We know their characteristics that if a general gives a command, you must carry it. Even when you have a superior opinion, you must obey first before complaining. You know what they say in the army? So you see, they are very egocentric people. They are very they like to show off. Then they are hot-headed and very, very active. That is this group. Choleric, as is called by LaHaye, and general, as called by Myers-Briggs. So if you understand your personality type, that you're a choleric or a general, you do not go and marry a general. You set your house on fire. Do you understand? That's why you see very hot-headed women or men marrying opposite. That is when you see peace in the family. If not 200 people, the house will be on fire. Even in the office, if your boss is a general, and you know that your personality type is a general, you know you'll be clashing with. These are some of the problems I had when I was underpaid employment. I didn't understand myself. Because I was always challenging my boss. When they say the one way no good, I go challenge them, say, no, I don't go do them that way. But not knowing at that age that even when you don't agree with them, there was a better way to convey the message and not to be confrontational. Do you understand? Are we making sense? Yes. So this is what is happening in everyday life. And if we don't understand it, we cannot function in a vocal world because things are changing and people have less time to understand your problem or your personal issues. Everybody is like, let's get this work done. Whatever that is happening to you, for most managers, they're not interested. Unless you have a leader that is a manager, that's when the person will bring the leadership skills, jam with his managerial skills, and make you feel better in a team. Otherwise, you're on your own. So you need to understand yourself that if I'm a general and I have a general supervisor, that two of you are likely to be clashing every time. My own is that when I was growing up, if you don't have a superior intelligence or argument as my supervisor, I won't even have respect for you internally. Oh. I may not show it, but you won't be worth anything in my eye. Deep down inside me, because I know that I'm the one doing all the job, you're just taking glory. Do you understand? So, if you're a general or a choleric, please, when you see another general and you are the subordinate, you have to mellow. You have to bring down your ego. Because the position of your subordinate, your supervisor, has made it that you must bring down your ego. Even as a salesperson, you come, some generals will come into your shop to buy something. And you can see their shoulders like this, you know, how they come and the way they talk. You know, these ones have their money and they have the command. Do you understand? If you're a general and they say something negative, you go swallow them so that you can make your sales. Is it not true? Because if you challenge them, they carry their money and move away. So if you understand your personality type, it will help you to navigate in this vocal world. So when things are happening, you will know how to navigate. The next group of people are the sanguine and the socializers. These ones that are the fair weather friends, the Tatafo people. They come to you and gather all the information, and you dare not tell them your secret. If not, the whole organization will hear them. So if you have such a person in your team, will you be taking the person serious? And you have them as I'm talking in your teams. They exist everywhere, these personalities. But if you don't understand them, you'll be having issues. Can you imagine you as a supervisor or team head confiding in a socializer? Every time you wonder why you're having problem in the system, you don't know if the person you're talking to, the personality type. Because they will sympathize with you, then immediately they have moved. Did you hear what this madam told me? Do you understand? And as you move from this table, you go to another person. Oh, guy, you don't hear. Do you understand? It is his personality. If you understand it, anything that is a secret in your department or you want to handle, you don't even allow them to be in that meeting. Try and do it when you know go there so that you can achieve results. Thank you. So the next group is the phlegmatic and the team player. These are very, very dependable people in a team. They are very good in doing personal secretaries. These people can die for you, provided you're giving them what you're supposed to give them and making them happy. Do you understand? So if you have such committed people, they don't want to be seen. The generals want to be seen that they are the ones doing all the work. Meanwhile, the people doing the work are the team players who day in, day out make sure that nothing goes wrong, whether you're there or not. Such people are in your team. Try and identify them, recognize them, and make sure that wherever you are, your team is going well. Then the last but not the least are the melancholists and the dictatives. A typical dictative, since I came into this class, I'm talking, they are just like this looking at me. Like this, my brother, will come out now. He be like saying, be detective. What's him be name? Eh? There's somebody that left here now. As if they look me, I look and smile. Because it's like, this babe, waiting she they talk, sir. Do you understand? And you know that you need such people. I know now. I see as if they look me. I can't look and say, Oga, in laugh. There are people like that, they are dictative. What you're saying makes sense, but they are looking at you to find a fault in what you're doing. You know the story of who will bail the cat? A detective cat was where they were planning for, a detective mouse was where they were planning for cats. Cat that comes to disturb them. They were planning that they will carry something and put or hang on their neck so that when the rats are planning, that they will carry some bell and hang on their neck so that when the cat is coming, they will run and the cat will hear their sound. Am I saying the story right? So at the end of the day, the detective rats, they said they will hang a bell on the neck of the cat so that when the cat is coming, the rats will hear the sound of the bell and now run. So the detective rat was there listening to the discussion. They don't talk when you're making noise. They are just quiet, looking at you, and everything you're saying, they are internalizing it to find a hole why it will not work. There are people like that in your department, are they not? So eventually they finished. The detective rat raised hand and said, I have something to say. Say, okay, if they don't talk much, he said, oh yeah, what do you have to say? He said, so with all these your plans now, who will bail the cat? Because for you to go and bail the cat, the cat go chop you. Do you understand? So that's how that plan was foiled, because it was not visible. So you need the detective in your team. They are very good at strategic thinking. If you want to do strategy section, get a detective, because all they are there is to tell you why it will not work. And you need why it will not work for you to find out how it can work. You understand what I'm saying? So with these personality types now, if you understand yourself, if you are a general, you can do well with a team player and a detective. Do you understand? Though you need everybody in your team, with the level of exposure and training I have gotten in the society, I can pass for any of this. I will do well. I have a little of these ones, and I'll bring the one out. If I come and see that to socialize is what we need to survive in that, I go socialize past you. All the other attributes will go down, so that I can survive, get what I want, and move on. So that is the essence of what we're saying. We're not just talking about this for the fun of it. We're talking about it because we need to know who we are, our personality types, with this trending new normal, so that we can survive in the new normal situation. If you don't understand yourself, I tell you honestly, there's no way you can understand the next person to you, and there's no way you can function best anywhere you find yourself. You can never be the best of you in any situation. So the second point we're talking about in terms of strategies, develop a growth mindset. Everything, the mindset is an engine room of the body. Everything is happening within you in the mind. Are we together? So, if you have the wrong mindset, this is where the limiting beliefs I've been talking about starts. It's from the mind. If you believe you can't make it, there's no way you can make it. If you believe that you're heading to the sky, you will head to the sky. So everything is about the mindset. And people have come together to say that there are two particular types of mindsets. Two particular types of mindsets. We have the fixed mindset and the growth mindset. And let me tell you, most of the times, our minds are grossly underutilized, We don't think. There is a Nightingale that said, the problem of human beings today is that we do not think. And as long as you don't sit down to think, you can never come up with the ideas. So the average adult human brain has the ability to store equivalent of 2.5 million gigabyte digital memory. How much are you storing in you? Are you saying 2.5 million gigabytes? These are brain that many people are just living. 90% of our brains are dormant. We're not making use of it. So you can imagine when a fixed mindset people, fixed mindset says intelligence and talent are fixed at birth. The brain is static. Talent and giftedness are permanent. People that say, he runs in my family. In my family, that's how we are. Are there people like that here? There are people that grow with this mindset. We don't know maths in my family. We fail maths. My father failed maths. My mother failed maths. Me too, I'm failing maths. Do you understand? And she goes with that limiting belief and that mindset and will never do well in mathematics. But the people with growth mindset are saying that intelligence and talent can go up or down. The brain is malleable, and every time you learn something new, the brain forms new connections. Are you seeing it? That's why there's so much space in our brain that we're not using. And each time you feed the brain with something, it adapts to it and it connects. And that's why for successful people, I normally tell my children, look, success can be predetermined and failure can be predetermined. If you see somebody that will not succeed in life, you see the signs around the person. Is it not true? A student that does not read, will the person pass? So you can see evidence of failure already. A student that will pass will read in the night, will attend all lectures, will do all home assignments, is it not? Likewise, in our business world, if you see people that will not do well, you see it around you in the office. And there's a limit to what you can do to that person because the person's mindset is fixed. He's not ready to learn. He's not ready to change. So as long as you're concerned as a supervisor or a departmental head, you will just keep managing the person to give you the best you can get out of that because you can't change that person. Highest you now, what is it called? Appraiser. Appraiser time, you go take an appraiser, the system will move and come out from your department. Is it not? So mindset is something we must work on if we want to function in the VUCA world. And let me go further to give us examples of fixed and growth mindsets. I did some comparison of them. So what are your limiting beliefs? This question keeps coming because it's very important to survive in a VUCA. If you have a fixed mindset, there's no way you're ready to learn new things. So you will suffer in the VUCA world with the volatility, uncertainty. You are not ready to know what is happening around you, how you can navigate with the new normal. You will have problems. So that's why we need to see the difference between the fixed mindset and the growth mindset. Like I said, when it comes to intelligence, the fixed mindset people said, I cannot change. We are born dullards in my family. We cannot change. Do you understand? But a growth mindset person is saying, no, intelligence can be developed. Because no child is a dullard in the new system of education by somebody, multiple intelligence system. Parents that are here, who has heard about multiple intelligence system way of education? I know that most modern schools always call parents, like where my son was, Celos Pride. Any new system she's introducing in your academic, your children in the school, she will call parents, run it through parents first before she implements it. So that was when I heard about multiple intelligence system. In that school, all the children that are challenged, and if they go to the school, they do well. Because they have identified that no child is a dullard, that every child has strength, potentials. But you need to make out time to discover that child's potential, then help the person to work on it. And if you come to their school prize giving day, no child takes the whole, this and say your first, no. They will say this one is best learning outside the environment, kinetic, what do they call it? This one is learns best when you are dancing and singing. That's when the child understands. They identify these things in children and use it to teach them. So intelligence can be developed. It's not fixed. So anybody that says that I can't learn, it's the person's mindset that is limiting the person. Once the person changes, you see the person excel. Then the second thing is about challenges. Those with fixed mindset, they avoid challenges. Don't give them any thing to handle, any problem. They will run. And socializers are such people. So that they just want good time. They don't want to hear problems. Anywhere they are squatted, you see them, they take their, they don't want to stay around where there's problem. So people with fixed mindset avoid challenges, but people with growth mindset embrace challenges, because it's when you meet challenges you learn. For every challenge you meet, there's a lesson you're supposed to learn from that challenge. Is it not? Then in terms of obstacles, people with fixed mindset, they give up so easily. But people with growth mindset persist in the face of obstacles, because that is where masteries come. By the time you keep doing things and you're encountering problems, okay, look at the person that invented this electricity. 1,001 times, is it not? So how many of us are patient enough to wait for such? Then in terms of effort, people with fixed mindsets see effort as fruitless. They don't even try. They'll tell you it's not possible. Huh? Okay. Okay, after this point, we'll take a break. They will tell you it's not possible, that it won't work. It's dead on arrival. That is the right language, dead on arrival, is it not? That is their language, then on arrival. But people with fixed growth mindset will tell you they see effort as a pathway to mastery. But they know as you're doing this, you'll be discovering why you have made mistake, you cover the mistake, and the next thing, you master that thing. So that is people with growth mindset. Then criticism, people with fixed mindset, they ignore useful criticism, see it as negative feedback. They don't, but people with growth mindset learn from criticisms. Like, as I have come here today, I have my feedback assessment form you're going to fill for me to tell me where I need to improve in my next training. Because I can't get it all right. There must be something about this training you may not like, or you think you want to advise me to improve on the next time. And next time I'm going for training, I'll take care of that and give a better section. Then success. People in the fixed mindset feel threatened by the success of others. I had this problem when I was an employee. Because most of my bosses used to see me as a threat. I didn't understand it. It was, like I told you, it was after I left, I did life coaching and all that. I now knew why I was having, it was just, they were just being threatened by my personality, by my success and all that. If I understood that, I would have known how to manage them better. But I didn't know. Then people with growth mindset find lessons and inspiration from success of others. And that's why people with growth mindset will look for mentors, they will look for role models, they look for life coaches. Because they want to be like those people. They want to record the kind of success that those people have recorded. And that way, they're able to make it. So we're going to stop here. When we come, we have about 5 ways that have, because of time constraint, I have come up with that we can manage in a vocal word. So we have done the first one, which was self-awareness. The second one is develop a growth mindset. We'll conclude with that when we come back from break. I heard that it's time for us to have a break. Then when we come back, we'll finish the other 2 and have a breakout session. If we have learned something so far, can I just get 1 or 2 feedback on what we have learned from the time we started till now? Can somebody help us? 1 or 2 people. Let me know that at least I have made a little impact. I said I need 1 or 2 people to just recap what we have learned so far. It may just be one thing that you took from the session we had so far. 1 or 2 people, then we'll go on break. When we come back, we'll continue. If you can leave it when we come back, or you can give them. When we come back so that we can easily, or you can give them now. Okay, dear. Nobody. You people are not encouraging me. No, I'm talking about, no. I want 1 or 2 feedback, then we'll go on break. When we come back, we'll continue. Somebody must have learned one thing. All this talk I've been talking, it means I've not made any sense. Over sense. Oh yeah, give me back what I have given you. That's what I want. Just give me back 1 or 2 words, and we'll continue.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, afternoon. Who is talking? Oh, okay, thanks. Sorry, dear. Okay, you have a mic.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Use this one if it's not working.
Sorry, I think I will do better maybe after the break. I'm trying to encourage you. That's why I'm standing here. On the wheel of life, on the issue of relationship, you are very correct. I think also, learned from what you've taught us today, and I'll be using it in my own daily activities. On the issue of discovering yourself, it's very important we discover ourselves. Very important. Even in our marriages. In my marriage, I discovered some certain things that will be beneficial to my home. I try to adapt. Like she said, 2 generals cannot be in a family. Especially the women. We should learn to be calm and thorough when we are dealing with our spouses. It will help us to avoid crisis in our home. At times when I say anything to my husband, he will just be mute. And most times it will go down well with me. I say, is it that this man didn't hear what I said or what? So at times when I was just knowing him, I would rehearse. But when I notice is his lifestyle, he would like to, digest on society things before taking a decision. And also, I also talk to myself as a counselor. This is where you counsel people. Can't you counsel your own self and do what is right? So I started working on myself. Reduce that egocentric, that's, character of the general. So it worked for me. Then the area I learned from her that I've not actually been doing before is on the area of all the items that like health and the meta. The relationship therapists cannot be good at taking somebody through a spiritual life or finance. It's good we have them differently. So I've learned from there. Thank you.
Come late now, she come, So any other person that has been here, encourage me a little bit. All right, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. From what you have been talking about so far, I would say that the balance sheet of life and the personality type are the two things that, yes, got my attention, trying to balance every aspect of your life at a particular time, and then trying to understand your personality to be able to be, yes, cope with your colleagues, in your home and in any social environment you find yourself. Those are things that sometimes, like when you talk about the personality type, you find out that some areas are predominant than others. I think that we have a little of everything, depending on where you find yourself, and then you're able to apply it very well. So those are the areas that touch me.
Any other person? Or we'll go on break? Any other person that wants to share? Any other person that wants to share? Ooh. Okay, okay. Thank you. Let the guys talk now.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Abby, we're already in afternoon. Yes. All right, the area where I picked is actually when you are analyzing the mission, vision, and the core value. While you were discussing that, I begin to reminisce over that. Yes, in as much as a company can have its mission, vision, and core value, we emphasize on the fact that as an individual, you also need to have a mission, vision, and core value, and that will help you to navigate through in this VUCA world. So that's really sinking me because you made it very clear in the course of your delivery that it has to start with us. That is, it has to start with you as an individual. If you don't have a mission in life, you don't have a vision, because based on what we discussed yesterday, vision is all about your future, what you plan to do. And your mission is what you are doing presently. How can my mission tie with my vision? And then, what is my core value? So all of this put together is really indeed a take-home for me. And I believe I'll have to start thinking, because you asked a question that does any one of us actually have a mission or vision? And that question really got me thinking that do I really have a mission? Maybe I've not been able to discover what my mission or my vision is. Maybe I have to sit down and start thinking and probably harness my thoughts to be able to identify what my mission, vision, and my core value is. So thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay, let me just, I appreciate all the comments. I want to tell us something about what he just said. You know, I had a vision that once I was 50 years, I wouldn't want to work for anybody. So much so that when the last place I worked in the bank, when I got a job there, my very close friend's husband became the MD of a bank. So when I went to see them, I was with them when he was made MD. He said, Tony, won't you want to change? I said, no. I told God that this last place I went will be the last place I'll work in the bank. If I will become MD there, it will be there. I said, I'm not changing. And it was as serious as that. Do you understand? So your vision helps you that when you get your personal vision, mission, and core values will help you to know when you enter a system, whether you can last in that system or not. I'll tell you, I'm not putting down anybody or any organization. But there were some banks I knew that I would never work in based on my personal mission and vision. Do you understand? Because my core values does not align with the organizational core values and vision and mission statements. So when you're in a place, if you have your personal vision, your mission and core values, once you enter a wrong place, you know that you're in a wrong place. And you begin to work yourself out immediately so that you don't go and waste your life there. Like I said, I'll just make sure I get confirmed, because confirmation is a good thing when you're pursuing your career goal. If you can't leave your organization as an unconfirmed, it's not good for your CV. So I'll make sure I get confirmation and that the people know that I have some values to add, and I'll move quietly. If you ask me, I say I'm looking for greener pasture. That was used to be my language. So your personal goals will help you to know whether the organization where you are will help you actualize your personal goals or not. Because when there is conflict between your personal goals and organizational goals, you'll be having problems. You must align them. So that's why it's important to have your personal vision, your personal mission, and core values. So with that, I want to say thank you very much. Let's go for 15 minutes break. Okay. No.
Please, let's just go outside and take a group photograph. Then you can stretch your legs for the next 10 minutes. And then we'll come back and then do the crash course and take our lunch and go home. For those of you who have already taken lunch before you came, since you came late, we can donate it to us. We have less privilege in the community that we are looking for your lunch. last lap of this class. Please, can we come in? Are we still doing tea? Please come. The exam is now. Before some people I know now they are going out because
Hello. All right. Good to go. Good to go. Okay, we're on number 3. Okay, where were we, sir? We are doing. We thought that we fixed the mindset. Okay, this is where we stopped. Number 2. So we'll get to number 3. Number 3 on how you can manage in a vocal world, vulnerable, volatility. Where is everybody? Have they gone? Oh, there was nobody here. And we're looking fewer than before. All right. So the third strategy is self-leadership. Self-leadership is key in. And what is self-leadership? Self-leadership is the practice of intentionally influencing your thinking, feeling, and action towards achieving your goals and objectives. So you see where your life vision, mission, and core values, this is what you use to drive your goals and objectives. And until you're able to lead yourself, you cannot lead another person. And that's why we have leadership problem in Nigeria, because most of our leaders cannot even lead themselves. They don't understand what leadership is. Like I said, a lot of them are managers and not leaders. And you see the difference between leadership and manager in a short while. It is about choosing who we are, what we'll do, and what we become. That is self-leadership. You need to, have you seen where self-discovery is important? Choosing who you are. You can choose to be another person and not yourself. Because if you've not discovered who you are, you can't choose to, you can't choose to, to know who you are. If you don't know who you are, you cannot choose what you want to become, what you want to do, and what you want to become. You see a lot of people live life driving other people's goals and objectives, or driving other people's vision until they die, without having their own personal vision. Because your personal vision will make you to do away with people that are not going your way. Do you understand? When you see detractors, if you have a personal vision, that's when you know that this person does not fall in line with what I want to do, and therefore I don't need this relationship. Am I making sense? So self-discovery, that's why I said those questions we wrote before we started, at the end of this session, you should be able to answer all of them with ease. Then self-leadership is not about managing others. It is about leading yourself. It is about being self-disciplined. There's one core thing that's a word or adjective that is very important in self-leadership. That is self-discipline. They go hand in hand. If you're not a self-disciplined person, you can never practice self-leadership. Because in self-leadership and self-discipline, nobody is there to tell you to do what you need to do. You are the one talking to yourself. So if you fail to do it, you're shortchanging yourself. That's where two of them are interchangeable, self-leadership and self-discipline. So have you seen why we have problem in this country, that most of our leaders are not self-disciplined? They will tell you, they'll put rules and regulations, they'll be the ones to violate the rules. Is it not what we're having? So, like I say, success can be predetermined and failure can be predetermined. And we have been saying in the recent time that as long as we are doing the same thing the way we used to do it, we can never expect a different result. Is it not a problem we're having? The old politicians are still doing politics the same way. Tell me why somebody that has been a state governor for 8 years, some of them senators for 12 years in the House, every year, every new leadership, they want a car. Do you understand? These guys have more than 10, 20 cars in their fleet. So what are they doing with this 160 million car, if not just sharing money? And those cars, there is this man, this my Igbo brother, is it Ezego or somebody from Ihala? One day they drew they took pictures of his compound and exotic cars and that were rotting away. So you see where mindset comes into what we are doing. You see, mindset is a totally different, all the topics, all these strategies, they are full-time topics, coaching topics. If we talk about mindset, mindset can keep us here from morning till the next day. Just mindset alone. So you see that it's poverty mindset that is worrying our so-called wealthy men or big men or politicians. A lot of them are poor in their hearts because money does not make you rich. Money does not make you rich. If you want to see how wealthy you are, show me people you have transformed their lives. That is the wealth we are talking about. If you are wealthy by the amount of money you have in the bank or the assets you have, cars and buildings, that is not wealth. Because as soon as you close your eyes, that is the end of those things. But show me human beings you have made, you have transformed their lives, then I can call you a wealthy person. Are we together? So self-leadership is key in managing in the VUCA world. And for us to know whether we are managing ourselves or we can lead ourselves, we must understand the difference between a manager and a leader. Because one thing or two words that have been interchanged so often ignorantly by people is leadership and management. Are you a leader or a manager? By the time we finish in the next 2 slides, you'll be able to score yourself to know whether you're a manager. Have you been a leader, a manager, and you're calling yourself a leader? Remember I said when we started that every leader is a manager, but not every manager that is a leader. See grammar. Are you a leader or a manager? So, so every leader is a manager, but not every manager is a leader. Am I making sense? So you see why I say so. Because leadership is all about influence. And leadership all about influence. Can be positive influence. It can be negative influence. After all, armed robbers have leaders. And they are leading them negatively. But that's not the kind of leadership we're talking about. We're talking about positive influence and not negative influence. So number one, to know whether you're a leader or not, a leader creates or sets vision, while managers set goals and execute them. Are you seeing the difference? I will soon separate 2 of you, like we used to do in the class. When you see 2 people, 2 friends are always, you say, oh yeah, go and sit at the back. Okay, so leadership and managing. A leader creates vision. When you say, for you to survive in the VUCA world, you need visionary leadership or visionary thinking. You know, most times, when you're a visionary, many people around you don't understand you, and most times they can't flow with what you're saying because they are not seeing what you're seeing. Because if you are a visionary or a leader, you must be visionary. And when you talk about vision, this is another vision, mission, and core values, they're another train altogether. If you're talking about mission, there are characteristics of vision. Your vision must be bigger than you. If not, it's not a vision. It's a wishful thinking or an ambition. Your vision must be bigger than you. Your vision must be bigger than your family, your immediate environment. Your vision must be crystally clear. These are characteristics of vision. Your vision must be clear. If it's not clear, it becomes complex, and your managers cannot set goals and execute them. So, leaders set visions while managers set goals, because managers deal with day-to-day running of activities. Then leaders are change agents while managers maintain the status quo or react to changes. You know, many managers don't like changes. Have you noticed? They want to continue to do it the way they used to do it. This is how we used to do it here. Because most managers don't go on training like leaders. Most manager, accountants, once he gets his ICANN, that is the end. Do you understand? So if you come to account department, you want innovation. Because he has not gone to train, or you will not see him want to implement that new change you're bringing. Then leaders are unique and managers are copycats. Are we there? Leaders are always doing things, because if we are 10 different leaders here today, we'll run this organization or this meeting 10 different ways. You agree with me? So when you have like people are compared, that like it's good to compare, but know that if we have 10 different presidents or even 5, let me even say 5 from Yar'Adua to Jonathan to Buhari to Jagaban. That is 4 of them. There are 4 different personalities. You don't understand them to run this government the same way. But what we want is positive change. If you know where you're not competent, you have your weaknesses, staff it. Get people to staff that place so that they can help you to run the nation. That's what we're saying. Like what is happening in the nation today, if you go to social media, you see, oh, this crop of cabinets, they don't know their left from the. You know what is happening, what is going on is the social media. And you cannot fault them, because we are not seeing the positive change that we are desiring that new leadership should get us. Do you understand? And even reliably, I'm reliably informed that most of the ministers, now off record please, most of the ministers will not last more than 1 year, most of these current ministers, because the man himself is disappointed. Do you understand? Even the ones that will remain, they will reshuffle them. Because you want to get leaders or managers that can help you create the kind of impact. You understand? So as I'm talking, please be scoring yourself with these characteristics, whether you're a manager or a leader. Number 4, leaders take risk while managers control risk. Leaders, they don't want to know, because they know where they are going. They don't care how they get there. All they want, let's be moving. But managers will say, no, this one I go break my leg. Go. Are you seeing it? So they are there to put checks and balances. But because this man is visionary, he's seen the end from the beginning. This one is just seeing today. He's not looking at tomorrow. He will tend to be a clog in the wheel. Then leaders think long term or are strategic, but managers think short term, are very operational. You see, leaders and managers, we all need ourselves. It's good when you can be a leader, a manager and a leader. Naturally, a leader is the manager. Because for you to get to the place you are, you must have managerial qualities. You may not be too good, because what you're pursuing is more strategic, more long term. So you cannot be minoring in major and majoring in minor. You're a leader who is very strategic in all your dealings. That's why you need managers to help you manage the day-to-day while you concentrate on your strategic and long-term goals. Are we seeing it? And we have problem here because many leaders are majoring in minor and minoring in major. That is, leaders don't even know that they are leaders. They don't even know what they have or who they are, the position they have. And that's why you see them, instead of concentrating on long-term and strategic goals, they are busy trying to do operational issues. So the result we're supposed to get from their strategic thinking or strategic decisions, we're not getting it. They are limited because they are getting involved in day-to-day running of the organization, which is not their core. Am I making sense? Yes. Then leaders grow personally. Managers rely on existing and proven skills. I don't know whether what I'm saying is making sense to us. Every day, leader wants to find a new way to succeed or things. What's happening in my industry? What are my competitors doing? But the manager is there, concentrating on the way they have been doing it. That's why before you can get him out of this thinking, you need to force him to go for training. You need to do a lot of meetings. Like in the bank, every day you do meetings. There were times we were doing meetings. Every morning you must do meetings. At least every week you do your weekly review, either on Friday or on Monday morning. Because you must know what competition is saying. What is the environmental scan? Part of our meeting, we used to have environmental scan in the bank for staff to give you feedback what is happening in the market, which will inform your own decision on how you can run your business for the week. Or when you call the executive management to tell them, look, this is what is happening in Port Harcourt, this is what our competitors are doing. If we don't do this, we may not be able to meet our targets. And they'll begin to change. They will ask questions and find out that what you're doing, what you're saying is correct. And they'll begin to give you some approvals to enable you meet up with your strategies. Then number 7, that leaders are people focused. Leaders build people and relationship, while managers are structure focused. They build systems and processes. So when you're a leader, you should know your work. The relationship management is key to you more than a manager. A manager just wants to get the job. He doesn't want to know whether your children are sick or whether your husband quarrel with your husband before coming to work. All he wants is his work to be done. But it's a leader, the leader in you that will make you know that, like I said earlier, that this my staff is never happy. Can I find out? Let me try and find out what her problems are. A manager has no business, no time. So when you see people with these threats, understand who they are. Even if they are your leader in the office, they have managerial skills, not leadership skills. Are we making sense? So that you know how to manage the person and how to navigate around the person. But every problem has a solution. Is you understanding your situation and know how to navigate? When you know you have a leader as a manager as a leader, you will now know that this person has shortcomings, so that most of the decisions you will take will not get at you personally, so that you can have your sanity to function. The leaders coach by encouraging others. Managers coach by their own is to be creative. They assign tasks to you. As a leader, before I get you to do something, I'll call you, we'll talk about it, I'll cajole you, I'll try to convince you why you should see what I'm seeing. But a manager, my own is that once I finish my strategic, once the executive people pass budget and this thing to managers, their own is to get their staff to execute it. They're not interested though. Because when they call, they will call him, they will not call you. So his own is for you to get it done. But a leader will get the managers and convince them why they should do what they need to do. And they are running at their respective levels. So leaders assign coach by encouraging ideas, while managers direct by assigning tasks. The next thing we'll talk about is that managers do right things, while leaders do the right thing. This is where people get confused. You can be a first-class doctor, but you may not be the best doctor in terms of effectiveness. You can be very efficient, an efficient doctor. If the man enters theater, his surgery, you cannot fault. But when it comes to relationship management, he may not be the best person anybody wants him or her to touch her. You understand what I'm saying? Because when it comes to medicals, it's more psychological than, technical. How will I say it? There are people that by mere talking to them, you get them psychologically, they are healed before you even give them medication. I don't know whether I'm making sense. Yeah. So for you to be a leader, you have to be effective and not efficient. There's a difference between efficiency and effectiveness. So managers do things right. We must do it this way, manager will follow. But doing the right thing is different from doing things right. You can be doing things right but not the right thing. So leaders do the right thing, managers do things right. Leaders are efficient on their job, while managers are efficient on their job, while leaders are very effective in the job. Effectiveness has to do with personal development. If you're a medical doctor, you're good, but there are other qualities you need to build yourself up to become an effective doctor. Efficiency is not enough. Effectiveness is enough. And that's why anywhere you are, when I'm doing my personal development coaching, I always want the topic on personal development is, how do I become the best of me in any system I find myself? You can be efficient but not effective. So that effectiveness is what we're talking about. So leaders are very effective while managers are very efficient. Are we getting the difference? Managers are very authoritative while leaders are very charismatic. Leaders earn the respect of others with their charisma and make others follow them. And that is why leaders create fans and managers have employees. When you come to the 5 levels of leadership, at least we must have heard or gone for training for 5 levels, where leadership is being talked about 5 levels of leadership. The first level is people follow you because they don't have choice. They see you, they came to the organization and meet you as their leader, so they don't have choice to choose their leader. That's why they follow you. The second level is when you begin to make little impact on them, and they be following you because of your results. They follow you because of the different levels, the impact you have made in the organization, your success in the organization. They follow you because you have touched their lives, the final level. So there are different levels of leadership. So at what level are you? Are people following you because they don't have a choice, or they are following you because they believe in your success and what you've done and the impact you have made in their career or their lives? So where are you in this ladder? You need to find out. For leaders, people follow them because they believe in them. And they are fan of what they are doing. They like their lifestyle. They like the success they have recorded. But managers just have employees that are working to, make sure they meet up with their task. There's so much noise on the background, what it is. Then, the last but not the least is that leaders inspire and influence while managers control. So when you have this quality, when you go back today, you need to begin to work on yourself. To say, look, the way I have been running my department or my team, I think I have run it like a manager and not a leader. So you go back and see where you find yourself wanting in all these qualities we have mentioned. And once you change, you see your... Hello? Once you change, you see that your result will change, and even your team members begin to respond to you differently from the way they used to. Nobody will tell you that. You see it automatically. Things are changing. Results are changing. Your staff, they are happier because you have taken out time now to look into... There are team leaders that have never asked their team members, do you have challenges on the job? There are people that have never asked such questions. Because they believe that whatever your challenge is your problem. All I want is for my job to be done. Do you understand? Forgetting that without addressing those challenges, that your job can never be properly done. So that's where leadership comes to play. A manager is not interested, but a leader is interested. All right. So the next we need to look at is, who is an agile leader? For you to succeed in a VUCA world, you must be an agile leader. And for you to be an agile leader, look at some of the attributes of an agile leader. An agile leader is anyone who spots a change or opportunity and effectively, a challenge or an opportunity, and effectively respond. Are we seeing? If you don't respond to issue, you're not a leader. Not talk of an agile one. So when there are challenges or changes in the system, you must respond. In a VUCA world, everybody is a leader. In a VUCA world, everybody is a leader. There's no manager there. Remember that every leader is a manager. So it's given that you're a manager in a VUCA world, and therefore you must try to have this leadership quality. If not, you will not survive. On daily basis, things are changing. It's not time for you to go and be calling your ED or your executive director or your whatever before you can take certain decisions, because things will go wrong before you can even get their attention. So you take decision and go and defend it. That's what is happening in the VUCA world. The ones you can supervisor to come and assist you and let them know what you have done to salvage the situation. If you go to my ministry, a lot of things go wrong because of bureaucracy. So we don't need bureaucratic leaders now or managers. All we need is agile leaders. Leaders that are visionary, that will lead with shared purpose. Once you understand what organizational goal is or purpose, you now make sure that your team members understand that and all of you are running with it. Are we together? Of course, to discover purpose is another topic that you cannot delve into because of time. So, inspiring a shared vision that guides the organization through uncertainty is part of your task as an agile leader. Then the next you need to consider is communicating a compelling narrative that informs, that aligns with the organizational purpose. Remember, for you to get here, you must have already aligned your own personal goals and vision with what the organization is doing. You understand the organizational goals and that it aligns with your own personal belief. Like one of my core values or personal governance policy when I was in the bank, that I never used to ask any customer for ₦1 before I put their credit. I did APGs that ran into billions and billions of naira, and I knew so much so that my husband asked me that. I said, "Are you sure this banking you're doing is what others are doing?" I said, "Yes, I don't know how they are doing their own." Do you understand? Because you see people under me doing some investment. I know from either ill-gotten, I would call it ill-gotten, maybe deals. But remember that most of them, if you go to prison today in town, you see a lot of bankers in there. It's true. Just go to Port Harcourt prisons. So not everybody is fortunate enough. So what you do is that your belief system or your personal governance policy. But can I tell you something? Most of those my customers are the ones that gave me soft landing when I started my own business. But because I had very close relationship with them, or good relationship, because I never exploited them with my position. So when I came out, they were ready to do business, help me make sure that my business succeeded. So these are some of the delayed gratification, some of the benefits of delayed gratification. If I had been doing them cash and carry that time, if you know bring money, number one, most of the projects, you people understand what I'm talking about, because most of the NDDC projects was through banks, APG. A lot of them that went back is where bank managers and the contractors shared money. Is it not true? Am I not saying it right? So, thank God you understand where I'm coming from. So we must communicate a compelling narrative that aligns with the organizational purpose if we must be an agile leader. All these qualities are what you need to. We can't go through all of them, but these are some of the qualities you must have as an agile leader. Then you must embrace adaptability and flexibility in response to change. You must be very, very quick and responding to situations. There is one course I attended sometimes I talked about adaptability and all that. I was trying to relate it. So what we need to do is that as agile leader, you must adapt to change immediately. There is no grumbling or marking time. As things are happening, you must be calling meetings. And see, nobody knows it all. You must involve your team members, because somebody can give you advice. It could even be a driver in the system or an office assistant. When I used to have my meeting, the driver used to be there, because drivers are the ones that take you for marketing. The security people are there because if they don't secure well, they can rob your bank. So don't relegate anybody that they are not important. The information you can get from a security person or driver to your business strategy might be what will save you out of the situation. I used to tell my drivers in the bank, I say, you're from a place, you have big men from your place, you should go for your town meeting where you meet all of them. Or I need 10 people from here, I want to go and market. And they'll bring names. Do you understand? So everybody is important in an organization, no matter at any level. So don't underrate anybody. Call meetings, ask for input from your team members. As an agile leader, and make sure you implement them. So encourage changing, as they are changing, you should be learning to understand the changes and how you can curb them. So here, innovation is key, because for every change, there's an opportunity. So what innovations are you putting into the system to be able to enable you grab the opportunity that change has brought? So these are some of the things we need to do as leaders in the VUCA world as a what? A self-leader. We talked about self-leadership, and we talked about an agile leader. In this, the next one we'll talk about is collaboration and networking. Collaboration and networking. You see, with the global, the globe being what is it called? With the world being reduced to a handset. No more a room. You know, this one is not up to a room. Before they said the world is now a global village. After they say global city room, now it's global handset. Do you understand? So with the world being a global handset now, you find that collaboration and networking, if you're a local champion in whatever you're doing, you're wasting your time and energy. People like us that are into coaching and all that, you find out that the world is your target audience. Because people are in Japan, people are in US, people are attending your training in your sitting rooms, online, and paying in hard currency. So why won't you network and collaborate? If you see the expert, most of our life coaches in Nigeria, the successful ones in Lagos, they have relocated to America. Yeah, they are all talking to us from America now. Number one, there is no problem with network. That if you're doing training and NEPA will take like Pakam or your MTN and all the service provider will just cut you off. Secondly, the exchange rate. When you say, pay me in 500, most of the life coaches, you cannot do any training from the foreign ones less than $2,000 or 5,000 or 10,000. In short, this is from 5,000, 10,000 are the good ones. And these people are here, better than most of them are out there, and they're telling you to pay them 100,000 or 500, and people are grumbling before they can bring out 100,000 or 500 to pay the coach. And then when you charge somebody 1,000 or 5,000, and with the exchange rate, you know how much they're making? So after looking at them, a lot of them are located. Most of them are now abroad. Who is suffering in brain drain? Those are the same nurses and doctors that are living. Our life coaches are equally good. The only advantage is that at least they can talk to us from them. So networking and collaboration is what you must do in this season for you to succeed. Find out what you're not good at. Find out people that are good at, and network with them so that you can make friends. So building strong partnership and alliances are very key at this point in time. Then leveraging collective intelligence to navigate complex challenges. Remember, I just talked about calling your team, everybody in your team, and asking pertinent questions. You must get positive answer. So don't think you can run the system alone. This is not the time to do one-man show. Then emotional intelligence is key. Understanding and managing emotions in oneself and others. This is where understanding yourself, knowing yourself is very key. When it comes to emotional intelligence, it is a very, very strong thing that has destroyed a lot of people, their careers and the organization. So please, emotional intelligence, know yourself, know because according to some people. So you must understand and balance your own emotions so that you can balance the one of the people around you. Then build strong interpersonal relationships to navigate. Oh, sorry. Oh, there are people online, sorry. I didn't know. Okay, build strong and interpersonal relationship to navigate ambiguity effectively. Do you understand? So, interpersonal relationship is key here. You know, I have done a lot in the society in different sectors. There's nothing you're looking for that is not in somebody that is sitting next to you. Who believes that? You know, most times like Christians, we keep praying, we'll be in church or program, but you don't know that God has answered your prayer through somebody that is sitting next to you. So if you underrate that relationship, that prayer can never be answered. Am I making sense? So relationship is key. There's nothing that you're looking for today that you will not get through somebody. And a lot of us have underrated relationships. I said, I have seen drivers, I have seen security people give me results that nobody will ever imagine that can come from them. So we must build strong interpersonal relationships in this season of VUCA world. Very, very important. You know, when I see people maltreat their security people, let me tell you 3 very important people in your life. As a person, you see your driver, your security, and your cook. These people, these domestic staff, when I see people maltreat them, you are endangering your life and your life of your children. Have you seen most of the kidnapping cases that is unhappy domestic staff? Is it not? We can't rule out the fact that there are people you'll be nice to that are bad, or that will still do bad things. But 90% of the people that are people that have been maltreated by their employers or in the office or in the home. So please, strong interpersonal relationship to navigate ambiguity effectively is very important in this season. So please, if you have not been doing that, we need to try and do it. The last but not least we're looking at today is decisive action. You know, after all said and done, time will not permit us to continue. There are so many things we can do, but at least we'll stop on this number 5. There are so many things we've talked about today we can do. But if at the end of the day we finish hearing them, we don't take action, will anything change? So this is very, very important. The result is in the doing, not in the hearing. Are we together? So the result is in the doing and not in the hearing. If you hear and you do not do, it's as good as not hearing. Is it not true? So the action is most important. Even if you're taking action and taking wrong one, take action. By the time you find out that you're making a mistake, you change and do the right thing. Is it not true? So taking decision and action is very, very important in this world today. Don't mark time. Instead of marking time, take a wrong decision and correct yourself and keep running, because it's in doing you get to mastery. Without doing, you can never master anything. So decisive action is very important. That is making informed and timely decisions. Then balancing the need for speed with the importance of thoughtful analysis. You know, analysis can bring paralysis. So don't be there and overanalyzing and things that are spoiling. So you must understand that you need speed in this season. So whatever assignment you're giving, any research you're doing, there is speed. There is need for speed. So we must balance the need for speed with the importance of thoughtful analysis. Then the next thing that we must know when to make, facilitate, or delegate decision making. There are times you cannot delegate decision making, or you're not supposed to facilitate. You must do it yourself. There are times you just sit back and watch people delegate. Do you understand? And watch people take decision on your behalf, or let them discuss, and at the end of the day, all of you take decision. Then there are times you must delegate that decision taking. Don't overbreathe on your subordinate. Give them freedom to exercise their brain. Most times, some of us can be too overbearing. You believe that without you, nothing can happen. Nobody knows you better than you. It's not true. If you don't allow your team members to bring out their talent and you will never know what you can get out of them. So create an enabling environment that will make them to be able to bring out the best in them and help you. Because I tell you, there is sense in every nonsense. Is it not? There is sense in every. Until you hear that nonsense, you may never get the sense out of it. I said you should know when to make, facilitate, or delegate decisions. Okay, so having said that, I want us to look at some case studies of those that have managed in the vocal world. Take forward to her so that we can go. Okay, I want us to look at Mr. Tony Elumelu, the Standard Trust and UBA merger and acquisition. Who knows about this? At least this used to be in my industry. You know that I can tell you that Mr. Elumelu and some other chief executive like, what is his name now? The owner of Zenith, what is that his name? Jim Ovia, they brought in a lot of innovation in banking when we were there. They moved from the traditional way of doing things to a lot of digital and other innovations in banking that made banking what it is today. And you find out that he moved from, Tony Elumelu moved from Standard Trust Bank and established Standard Trust Bank before they bought over UBA, supposedly. There was a deal of merger and acquisition. I don't know who acquired who now. Because you know it's a function of shareholding structure, because Osage was the major shareholder in UBA. But eventually, Tony became the domineering. So I don't know what happened behind the scene. But what I can tell you, in banking in those days, Standard Trust Bank was the first bank to fly cash from here, move cash physically from here to Bonny. From Port Harcourt to Bonny now. Before, nobody used to move money. So there were a lot of crazy things they did to get themselves to where they are. Everybody was scared of sea pirates and all that. Nobody used to do that. But he found a way to fly cash there, open branches there, business, so many things that those old traditional bankers could not do, that he was doing. And that's what endeared him to customers. And they started making waves. And today, look at where they are. And he did and succeeded, and now a philanthropist. So, if you go and study this man's success story, you see so many crazy things he did as a leader that many other people will not have been able to do. Do you understand? To get him to where he is. So for every successful person, if you go and read their history, you see that they went through up and down, and did some wild things that got them to where they are. Look at Nelson Mandela. Mandela and the apartheid, 27 years imprisonment to free his nation from apartheid. And as he came back, he forgave all those that wronged him, including the warden that used to urinate on him. He went to a restaurant and paid for his meal and said they should let him go. So many, and he forgot all his enemies. He said, like, unforgiveness is like drinking poison and expecting your enemy to die. Do you understand? So there are so many things we need to do for us to function in this vocal world, which must be moving out of our comfort zone. And we look at another business, Peak Milk and Cowbell. We know the story of Peak Milk and Cowbell. The sachet, what is it called? Yes. Peak Milk was doing the big boy in town, and Cowbell tried to enter the market. They couldn't. They were blocking them here and there. And they now went to the masses and started producing sachet. And Peak Milk was sitting their shoulders like this. Let's see how far they will. By the time they knew it, Cowbell has swept over the market from them. And they had, it's Peak Milk. It's not Peak Milk sachet I saw here today. So you must find strategies to survive in the vocal world. And many people have done so many crazy things to survive in such an environment. So in conclusion, I want to say that the first step in taming the vocal world is to identify which of its component parts you are dealing with, because each part has its own cause and effect. And conversely, each situation has its own solutions as well. Does that make sense to us? Remember that we have volatility, we have what? Uncertainty, we have what? Complexity, and we have ambiguity. So you can't carry this whole thing and be trying to solve all the problems that have to do today at the same time. No. If you want to solve volatility, you bring it out and find the cause and effect and get solution to it. If it's about complexity, that what you're doing, you have multiple this in, no clarity, you must bring it out and solve them one by one. Don't carry all of them together, because you wound yourself. So the second thing I want to say in conclusion is that we need to counter volatility with vision, meet uncertainty with understanding, react to complexity with clarity, and fight ambiguity with agility to thrive in the VUCA world. And with that, I want to say thank you very much for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my little thoughts with you this afternoon. And thank you. So we're going to have a breakout session now. There are two questions I want us to answer in the breakout section. And at the end of the day, I'm sorry I've not been using this mic because I felt everybody is hearing me, but I forgot that they said there are people online. So we're going to have two questions. We have, is it 3 groups? Maybe from here, one group, here, and this people, one group. We're going to have these 2 questions being answered. Which VUCA characteristics are most relevant to the challenges and opportunities you are confronting in your organization, department, team, and your role as a leader? Then the second one is, how are you and your colleagues and customers leading through VUCA? So we will do this, and we'll have your team leaders come to present to us, and we close after that. So, my chairman, please, I think at this point, please, if you're going, help me sign our feedback form to help us a lot. Please, can you help me do it before you leave? And people always get confused when I say, let me show you something. When I say, can you rate today's session from 1 to 10? Facilitator is me. Me, my personality, my presentation, rate me. Then the content is what has. So at times people get confused. And so breakout session, I think from here can form a group, and this place another group. If one group is larger, some people will just join. Can we get a group from here? Oh, okay, let me go to my... This is my name and these are my numbers. So you can reach me on those numbers. 3, okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, 4. Okay. So go ahead and arrange that. So we're going to have 4 teams, and your team members will come and tell us how many minutes. Mr. Nat, how many minutes presentation? Okay, 3 minutes. Okay, then 10 minutes.
10 minutes to do that.
Okay, that's fine.
So this is one group.
That is group A, group B, C, and D. Okay. I hope we've had a wonderful session today. Who enjoyed being here for today? Who enjoyed being here today? If you're coming here today, it was not a waste of time. Can I see your hand up? All right. Thank you very much. Okay.
tiene n'ebe nke ndị fim.
Give me the restroom. It's portable and nice. The ACs are working well.
Onye a bụ the kind of business mmadụ nweta ego. Nweta dịka n'Enugu, nweta all these places, you just build it. Ọ na-enye gị retirement income.
Keta Ghana.
Yeah. Hey, mmadụ anwụọrụ na-ege m.
Ebe?
Nwunye di mama Onyinye, cousin my husband.
Cousin your husband.
Nwunye, mụ na nwunye ahụ nwee relation.
The close.
On a sad note, couldn't sleep well last night, couldn't pick anything as the cause. This morning, Dara and the wife called that his mother, Mama Onye, has gone.
Who is that?
Mama Onye bụ nwunye di m, that is
Onye na-agwa gị?
Emeka Obere na
Ewo, Omeko m. Ị makwa na Omeko Obere, I remember saying na Obere was like a younger Emeka. I didn't know all this surname. Hey, sorry.
I'm waiting for news to take action. I lost yesterday. Use it and gain wisdom.
So what happened to the transaction yesterday?
100 yesterday. 1,500 yesterday to
From
save
your,
my account.
from your 100 and what gold?
I took it, you know, 99, 500, that 1,000 and making. I cut it off to save my account. Are you getting
From the 5%?
Even highway daily. So assuming that I didn't transfer it there again, I lose the account.
Because of that disconnection.
The
light
take
that was-
it back. You got to go. Be able to go and close those laws. You got to go.
But did you get back?
No. Get the back what?
Did you see reverse the market?
No, you know, him they go back with it protect it, not to.
I know, but did the market move back?
No,
It kept going down.
it kept going down, going up.
Oh, going up.
It continued going up. But even that thing that happened yesterday has given me another strategy to save
Yeah,
in such occasion. Do you understand? I've gotten another new strategy in case something like this happens. Something I will do that can save it even if I'm not there.
And what did you do then?
Like now, all this account is in sell. Are you getting? They are in sell. From Signal, they are saying that this account is going to 60-45, meaning that my loss here will be increasing already. Now, I've already have this sell. I don't want to close it, but I have to open a buy
To knock
in
off
case
this one.
if it start going, this buy will be can say, can you your shape?
Some are brighter than others.
Oh, well, reflections.
Action movie. Look at this one. Hey, see.
2 o'clock, US section.
Get this now here now. The candle tissue.
I don't have. Okay, what did you? Never has servants here. What tissue?
Are you serious?
What I got them tea, but Jerry Mama.
Like don't know how to spot.
Ah, you know how to water.
Or the dating.
But then you get one look tissue. And then you want tissue wrap.
Oh, can you say?
And your teeth on top
Oh,
of
can you
tissue.
say? I mean, one this thing.
Oh no, people who game me. Oh, you game me.
I'm gonna use it.
Oh, people game me to go. Only your mom.
No, when they can employ my man. Can employ my man. They can have a different drive. Wait, we have to shout it. Chineke. How was the training today?
The teacher, you're training. gotego 30 2030 o luru 2028 another buy um, mm, okay. Okay. Only. Okay. I'm not doing anything till after news. The secured even more. Yeah. Sell. Mm-hmm. Yes. News will determine. Emma, you get the video you send. He's still talking about 45, 48. Each each yeah one yellow for buy section or from 42 okay 42 46 48 sell then buy or from 12 14 na I the ready okay the 12 okay which will be better for us it will be better for me. Ngwanu. What's your name?
Chineke.
If I'm a man, I will look at
Na nwata ha na-ego, ọ ga-amaghị n'ufu.
more. I need to get phone. I need the Mesbo Samsung.
This Samsung, do they have battery?
Samsung for my another. Samsung that I know where you
Samsung battery ha na ha last. I'm telling you.
What Samsung can they use? Samsung not last.
What a heavy color now.
More than a dinner phone. Man, I have called.
Data is different from call. Data na chop we have less than call. Oh, and then when the biggest battery is the Techno, their battery. That's why I go for them. Their battery lasts. But usage, then I can buy mobile. I have this thing now.
You got a new power bank.
Power bank.
Okay, go Samsung.
Oh, that one and the food is.
I'm a home when all depends on the
The
I want to make great now withdraw $10,000 every 2 weeks.
I need a good phone now. That phone, my one. And that
My
how much
target.
I whether
Every chick go every 2 weeks, he withdraw $10,000. Poverty, I got
that thing may not stop. In my flash that phone now. I don't trust.
No. I'm a late by hand. Okay, fools or bago. And I make a chori fools or bago before. Just 90 minutes to the news. Everywhere I name pem. And I'm not so much. Yeah, what did I delete? Undo. Okay. And different groups. Just like what you're saying, you can have mentors, yeah. Now online, you're like privileged to have so even the person don't know that more. What I did in this forum is to have different mentors. Marzialun think came to know that. Come neso.
Maggie Mara.
Ofu mam. Yeah, can just process here. You register now up first as my mentor.
We're the ones holding ourselves, though. Yeah. They left work today, they are not at home. Chairman, come now.
Well, you know the problem of Nigeria, you can't solve it in one day. So let's not. I should off the mic. Okay, so please, the other group, just tidy up. This group is presenting. Otherwise, no lunch for you people.
Good afternoon. I keep saying good morning. I have to come here. No, me, I don't be fear. I can stand anywhere, even climb here. All right. Good afternoon, colleagues. Well, looking at the question, we're looking at the characteristics of VUCA that is relevant to the challenges and the opportunity. VUCA have 4 characters, which is volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. But we're picking just only one because we're so many here. So I'm believing that others will pick the others. No, I want to assume that, okay, I'm picking uncertainty. So I believe you can pick the one that you like later. All right. Yes, which one? So I'm picking uncertainty. That is what we picked from as a team. Uncertainty can be a challenge in the sense that just like what we learned yesterday, government can wake up one morning and said, we're coming up with a policy, and that policy in a kind may not be favorable to us as a commission. And then that is an uncertainty. Then we've had this problem over the year where we have board. Ordinarily, board's supposed to spend 4 years according to the act that set us up. But in most cases, we have board sometimes spend 2 years, and another government will come in, and you hear board dissolved. And then a sole administrator is being appointed. And then we'll start the process all over again, begin to get acclimatized. Before we know, another will come in. So those are some of the many uncertainty that is a challenge in the commission. While looking at that as well, we also see the opportunity in that, in the area of staff. We know things are not going well right now in the country. We don't know what the future holds. It's part of the uncertainty as well. Anything can happen, and that is the reason why there's a need for plan B. As a government employee, we're not allowed to do business, but you can be a farmer. So you can have a farm. You can venture into agri-produce or farming. And that is an opportunity that can emerge from the uncertainty, just like what in a saying that a wise or a shrewd person see danger from afar, and then he try as much as possible to keep away so as not to suffer the consequence. So in our team, we identify this as a challenge. We as well also see it as an opportunity for you to prepare, because it's only a foolish one that will see danger from afar and walk into it. So we see this as a strength, and thereby give us opportunity to prepare so as not to suffer the consequence. On the second part of the question, how are you and your colleagues and customer leading through? This can as well also be picked from one of the topic that the facilitator also highlighted for us, which is the area of understanding your personality types. When you understand your colleagues, understand your bosses. You know the one that fall in the category of general, the one that fall in the category of socialize and all the rest. You know how to deal with each and every one of them. And this will enable you to find a common ground, and it will enable you to also have a smooth working relationship with every one of them. Thank you.
Okay, that's beautiful. Okay, I want to say something concerning your line of thought. Remember that you said, they say you should not do. Please, can somebody get me Ecclesiastes 11? That you shouldn't do another war. Nobody say make you not do another war. What they say, wait, Oga, wait. What they say that your job should, your other things should not clash with your primary assignments. So, huh? That is your act. Yes.
Don't do anything outside family or if you have a business name or something.
Yes.
You are contravening the.
Yes, that is your according to your act. So you must function according to your 11. You see, as people like me, see, when I was an employee, I had so much going for me that attracted a lot of envy. And because of that, I was so conscious not to do something that would land me into problem with my employers. That was the limiting belief, part of the limiting beliefs that I had as an employee. And it made me not to do things personally for myself. I buried myself on the job. Say any day I'm tired, I'm okay, I will resign and go and do my work. That was my limiting belief. But I had friends that used to travel out three times a year. Every quarter they are brought to go and bring things and sell and all that. That was their passion and their hobby and their calling. Me, I don't have anointing for buying and selling, but I have anointing to talk. Do you understand? So you must find what you can do to be able not to violate the rules and regulations of where you're working and not conflict with your primary source of livelihood, which is your job. But I don't believe that you should cross your hand. You won't do anything until, do you understand? Because in Ecclesiastes, we are most of us here. Is there any Muslim here? Because I don't know what the Quran says, but at least what Christianity is saying. Ecclesiastes 11 said you should invest your money in foreign trades, and one of these days you will make profits. That's 11:1. Continue. Okay. Put your investment in several places. Good. That's what I want. Put your investment in several places. Another, places. Which this is amplifier, ba? This is good news. Good news. Okay. Good news is watered English. Eh? Put your investment, Ecclesiastes 11:2. Let another version. Wait, now make we finish this one first. This one say put your investment in several places, many places, many places even, because you never know what kind of bad luck you are going to have in this world. So investment does not mean that you must be physically, I want to disabuse our mind. It doesn't mean that you must be physically involved. Oh yeah, wait, Oga. That one another day lecture. Wait.
I just want to say something. You see, for the fact that you are doing any kind of business right now as a public servant, that nobody is coming after you, there's no problem. But saying that you are going to have a business even without your presence sometimes doesn't work.
Oga, we're talking about investment, not business. Look at what they did. They say put your investment in many places because you don't know bad luck. Investment, you can invest in shares. I'm a stockbroker. You can invest in shares. You don't need to be part of that business, but your money will be working for you. Now, there are so many things you can do online outside physical business. You are forbidden to do physical business. So you need to find out what other investments can I do that I'll be sleeping and working where I'm working and my money will be working for me. And there are so many of them. But if you don't have this mindset to find out, you will never know them. So investment in capital markets is one of them. Investment in forex trading is one of them. You can be here and buy shares both in foreign companies and local companies. You can trade. The fact that there are bad people in these businesses does not make them bad. So you must get minimal knowledge, understand where you're putting your money, and make sure that you deal with the right people. Because some people will tell you, I don't do this one, you fail. Because you went there ignorantly. And that's why you burnt your fingers. If you go there with minimal knowledge, required knowledge, nobody will swindle you. So please, it's based on what they said, though, that's making me respond. Do not have that mindset or limiting belief. Now, with your salary, you must make sure you invest at least 20% of your salary every month. Even if you're not investing, save it. When you're ready to, you can save with insurance, you can save with anybody that can give you more returns. Until you're ready to do your business, you bring it, start your business, and go on with it. Yes. If you feel... Conduct does not say you should not have genuine investment. Code of conduct does not say you shouldn't invest in shares. If you say, as you feel my code of conduct, and I have saved money to buy land, maybe through cooperative or something, and I'm building my property, personal property, and I'm able to buy shares based on my salary. They know how much they pay me, and they know that even if I bet 20% or 10%, it will give you what you're in 10 years, 5 years. Nobody will query you. They know what they are looking for, no be you.
Okay, so which other class is ready with their, which group? Okay, you're ready. Please, there are questions you are asking that are for private consultation. These are investment lessons now. I'm the consultant that's collecting.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon. My name is Femi. I'm representing Group 2. The first question, which VUCA characteristics are most relevant to? We choose uncertainty. Yes. So, in our organization, we choose uncertainty because the uncertainty is as a result of political interests, which makes the executive, the board of our organization, not to know how long they will spend in their tenure. Their tenure is normally for 4 years, but any government of the day can come up and say they are hereby dissolved. So this does not give them the opportunity to have a long-time plan for the organization because they cannot ascertain their stay. Because they cannot ascertain their stay in the organization. So, due to political interference. In the department, yes, we talk about organization. In the department, the challenges we have is there is no synergy between departments in our organization, which leads to lack of information. A department may be carrying out an activities, and you are a staff in the commission, in another department, you will be surprised that somebody from outside will call you and say, your organization is doing this skill acquisition, and you'll be like, you're not aware. So there is no synergy. So this no synergy leads to lack of information within the departments. And also on team, there are situations whereby the head don't cascade or delegate duties to all the subordinates. Yes, they do. So they don't cascade the information to, so making some of the subordinates redundant, don't know what they are doing. So there's need for the leaders in such team to give room for people to bring out ideas. So that's for question 1. Yes. That's all for question 1. Question 2 is that how are you and your colleagues and customers leading through VUCA? We lead through being emotionally intelligent. Being emotionally intelligent will give you the understanding to know the kind of colleagues, customer or bosses you have and how to relate with them on their different level to foster effective service delivery. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. We answering number 1, we do not really see a major difference between the 4 factors because they are almost the same. But for the purpose of this, we will like to restrict ourselves to the environment, how it affects the commission. Because without the environment, the commission cannot strive properly. So the 4 factors are the volatility, the uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Volatility is a characteristic of changing often and unpredictably. The environment where we operate has been characterized with militancy in the Niger Delta. This unrest portends serious threat to the smooth operations of the commission. And the insecurity in the environment, the political unrest, just like when we're having this in Rivers State, the governor and his master, the activity of what is happening in the government house affects the environment. So it brings that volatility to the environment. We are also concerned about the sake of kidnapping in the environment. So these affect the smooth running. And because of that, there are situations where people will want to do their work late, but because of the environment, they are subject to leave early. As a result, it affects the performance of the commission. Now, government policies also brings about this volatility because sometimes the way government coordinates the activities of the commission makes the youth sometimes go gaga to create challenge to the commission. You see youths and disabled block the highway, block the gates, prevent us from entering. So I wonder how we expect a performance in such a situation. Government need to really do a lot on that to be able to do that. But the government of NDDC has continued to engage the youth to ensure there is smooth running in the organization. So complexity, which is it complexity we take now or what? Uncertainty. No, they have already dwelt on uncertainty. It's related. We say this is the state of being, is related being uncertain. Financial uncertainty is one of the factors. Our budget is not passed as when due, and the allocations that come to the commission is not certain. Sometimes we build a commission, we don't even know when we are going to get the next funds. So without funds, you cannot plan. Without proper funding, you can't get results. So we looked at that as a major challenge to ensuring that there is cohesion in the system. Yeah, in terms of opportunities, in terms of the gains from it, or what? You know, when you come,
you didn't look at that part of the question.
We actually look at it holistically. So we were actually we looked at the challenges, and at the wrap up of our discussions, we now look at the opportunities.
Yeah, give us time because your time is getting up.
Okay.
When you talk about opportunities, you know, in the volatile world, for instance, the constant changes in our executive management also give opportunities to other people to excel. Do you understand?
Exactly.
Then another opportunity it gives us is that when you see the volatile nature or the uncertainty of your organization, it gives you the opportunity to think of what to do. In case, just for instance, now they are merging, they are scrapping some organization. Like me, I've started thinking of how I will open up a place to help myself. You don't really need to wait. So it's still an opportunity for you to diversify, apart from, you know, your own salary that you get every month. Then it's still an opportunity for, like inwards, some of our staff who have their uncles as well, correct, to go to the executive management. That one is inward.
You too can move up to, apart from your colleagues, you too can be, they can remove somebody that
and give you opportunity to rise.
To rise on your job. So these are some of the opportunities.
Okay.
The uncertainty.
Yeah.
Moving people out and moving people up.
Yeah, that's an opportunity. Then number 2 is about, you know, the, what also? Okay, I know. Number 2 is, the question is how you and your colleagues, you know, and customers, you know, through teamwork in the departments or in the directorates, we're able to strike through. Then also feedback from our stakeholders also gives us that opportunity to know what their challenges are, you know. Then another thing is communication.
Don't you have strategy sections?
Sorry?
Don't people have strategy sections in your organization where you discuss a strategy section?
No, see, the problem in our organization, I don't know about every other, okay, for another day, let me not say it.
No, just go ahead, madam. We're talking about how you can function well.
You know, in some of the problems we have in directors or in organizations is because most bosses, they don't harness the potentials in their subordinates. They don't even give them opportunity to serve.
Okay, that is a major problem because, like in the bank, I was saying where I was coming from. When we have meetings, even if it's weekly meetings, or at least every branch has a weekly meeting where operations and marketing staff come together and discuss about your activities for the past week and plan for the new week. Because as long as there is no effective communication and teamwork in any organization, leave your external problems. The internal one is even more important than the external one. Because you can only come together to fight the external forces. If you're not together internally, you can't fight the external forces. Because it's in the strategy session that your team members will tell you, Oga, this is the problem we're having.
Then when you go for your strategic meetings, you can carry what your subordinates have told you and take it to that strategic level.
Some of them don't take.
And the problem will be discussed.
Some of them don't take.
So these are the takeaways from this, because we are talking about how can we function today. And everybody is part of that system. How can we function? So this training now, I know they have paid for us to attend this training. At the end of the day, you take a feedback to them. Let it not just end here. That the training you send us to, or you sent us to, this is what we treated. We are not get is it not your departmental head that shortlisted? Huh? Oh, you're here. It's not even. Are you serious? Oh, I thought it was the general training. Oh, it is well. It is well. Oh.
Okay, that means we are done with us, right?
Okay, sir. I'm going to the last group. It's complicated. Okay, the bottom pot group.
I think we don't really have much to say here because, okay, let me just say a few things on behalf of our group. We're just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's not the number, even 2 people can
represent. We're just 6 and now we have just 3 of us, 4 of us thereabout.
All right.
So,
even only you feel represent your team, sir.
Okay, number 1 question. My name is Vincent Amonia. Number 1 question. We pick out one of the characteristics of existing in the VUGA world as leadership complexity. In leadership complexity,
correct, from another perspective.
Yeah,
yes.
Oftentimes in our organization, we find ourselves in a situation where
Group C, now listen
there
to
is
another
no
person. Group C.
There is no interrelationship between the first class of our leaders and the second class of the leaders. Yeah, the first class of the leaders, I characterize them to be the National Assembly, while the second is the board, which has to cut across the management theme. And now you find out oftentimes that there has been this intricate relationship among them. You find a
Please, can we listen to him? There's so much noise in the house.
Where when decision is being taken at this lower level, which is the board, the way we see it, you see a situation where the National Assemblies will override the decisions of the board. So in this case, there is a complicity in that kind of relationship, and the need for the board or the management of our organization build this relationship with the National Assemblies becomes very important, because there's no such relationship. We'll find delay in the execution or implementations of our project. Then another one, you see that oftentimes when our budget is being prepared here, which has to do with the development of the regions, and these documents are taken to Abuja, the National Assemblies will do their normal.
Please, just a moment, please. You have this vehicle, Toyota Camry Black, with the registration under BER 74NR. BER 74NR. Please, you need it outside to repark, please. Toyota Camry Black. BER 74N.
Okay, so oftentimes you see that at that upper level, their interests will come to play a vital role, where certain projects that will be beneficial to the Niger Delta region.
Was that of your mind? But most of the contracts are being awarded that side now, and we'll just come here and implement.
That is the issue. That is the complexity in the leadership we're trying to discuss here. So this complexity now cause that kind of delay, or cause a kind of friction between the jobs that will be taken to the lower areas that will be beneficial to these lower areas, will end up, you know, in Abuja there, if not get down to the rural communities. So there is a complexity in that kind of relationship. So the ability of our management to create that relationship with the National Assemblies becomes very important. So there is need for our people or our leaders to create that relationship.
I think this challenge you're talking about can be better coined to say that personal interest overrides the organizational interest.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, now.
And then number 2, how are we relating with our colleagues and customers leading through
Because
the
there
vocal
is stress. You know, there's
war?
no time for us to have dealt into some. You know, the stress level now and mental health issues are plenty in organizations. So we need to understand that. That's what that second part. How are you relating with your colleagues and customers leading through VUCA? So how are you managing people's mental stress now and pressure from financial difficulty or volatility in exchange rate that is causing the cost of everything? You know, some people carry that stress to office. You go for now.
Okay,
Now,
to us.
official, right, it go come down.
Well, to us as a team, within our colleagues, I think we have a very cordial relationship. You can see it here that all of us who are here, we have that cordial relationship. But to our customers, which are also related to our critical stakeholders, like what we learned yesterday, I think we have issues because of the relationship I'm trying to establish here between what you just said that has to do with personal interest. You see that oftentimes we're not like trying to meet up the targets of our stakeholders. Where I will not meet up, you see that sometimes there are a lot of protests around organizations. And then because of not timely interventions during national disasters, you know, there is no timely interventions. And then there is lack of transparency in the execution of projects and programs of the commissions because of the complexity in the leadership. And then there is lack of emphasis on the importance of stakeholders. We don't really take these stakeholders into considerations when we're during executions and implementations of the organization project. So that is a few things we have to say. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So we have finished for today, and I hope we'll take most of the things we have learned today back to our daily, personal, and corporate life balance. So, the convener, over to you with the microphone. I think it's item 7 now.
Bodies in their house or office, and it's only their mind is in the office or house. Thank you very much. I'm sure we have had a good time today, and the training has been beneficial to us. You know, the challenge that we have is the Niger Delta Development Commission has a peculiar situation, especially when it has to do with due processes and all of that. But I believe that with what we have learned as individuals, we will find a way to execute our own private role in that organization in a way that is ethical and, you know, find a way to also, when our time comes as directors or people who have influence in the organization, to be able to find a way to do the right thing as much as possible within the confines of what you can leverage on and get done. So I hope that, I truly believe that these lessons is not wasted, even with the frustration that we have with the system. As individuals, we can also implement most of these things in our own private lives. And then for those of us who, like the level mission and ambition and all of that, there are some people that might feel that at this point in their life, they've already gone to a point where they can't, these things doesn't really apply to me anymore because I've gone beyond a certain point. You can do that to your people who you are mentoring. You can point people in the right direction. So no knowledge is wasted. I want to thank you for your time, for your patience. So let's wrap this class by reciting. Okay?
Wait, never do closing prayer. So please, these are my numbers on the screen. I want to interact more with all of us that are here today. So please, I can't get all your numbers unless I go to attendance. But if you can chat me with your name, you can be rest assured that I will respond. So if you need anything about life coaching, management and financial consultancy, we are here. We are all members of ISM now, so it's good we know what we're doing. Okay, no problem. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. You get this. You get this slide by tomorrow as soon as the class ends. You get it in your email, and I'll try and see if I can send it to individuals by WhatsApp, so you can get it immediately. So fit, the food is set. So thank you, our facilitator, and we hope the logistics works out so that you can see come back the next batch. I'm sure it's not going to be this crowd, but we hope to have you again. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, I thought I wanted to sing Arise. O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty, to grow and live in just and true. Great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice shall grow. The Faith Force. We see no limit. We see no limit to what we can do. We see no limit to what we can have, because we see no limit in the power of God, and we see no limit to the power of our mind, and we see no limit to the power in the Word of God. Thank you very much. Please, I want to encourage you. Tomorrow class we have something to do with pre-retirement scenarios and how to scale the huddle in the morning. So I will encourage you. The class will be taken by the former Director of Procurement, Mr. Alex Dudenebele, and Chairman and Council of the Institute. So please, I encourage you, let's come on time. Let's give him that respect as part of your colleague and the former director in the commission. Let's come on time so that we can have that class. It's important. Thank you, and God bless you.